Good morning, Mademoiselle Crabaleta and sweet and sauerkraut. I just woke up. Just cutting the deck and reading cards and then shuffling. Good morning to you. Oh, good evening to you. Oh my god. I just woke up. It's 9:08 a.m. for me. And I had a late night. I was working on music. No, no. Trying to get better with shuffling. It's a process. Hey, Balloon. I'm very tired. And I haven't showered. And I'm sipping coffee. And I'm very cozy. Okay. Okay. I think I should start treating this like a circle, where this is the heart instead of the crown. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that way it's more cyclical, like an octave. Hmm. Ah. How are you guys? Yeah, I think so, Balloon. Eepy. Yeah, I'm eepy. Well, time to rev up the engines. Rev up the energy. Sandalphon? The Archangel of Music? I want to look that up now. I want to look that up now. I want to look that up now. Ooh. Sandalphon. Oh, wow. Determines the gender of a human while they haven't been born yet. Having a... I don't know anything about the archangels. I was talking to someone about that like a week ago. I'm on Gods and Demons Wiki. Hmm. Wow. I'm not seeing anything about music, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere. And this is so interesting. All the pronouns are he, but it describes their gender as female. Spirit of, oh, I see music. Spirit of gender, loyalty, companionship, music, prayers, diligence. Interesting. And fun is also known to connect deeply to music. Do you ever find yourself humming a tune or turning on the radio only to hear a song playing that gives you exactly what you needed to hear? Fun can provide mental and emotional healing through beautiful music. Very cool. It can provide inspiration to trip down memory lane, empowering confirmations to the questions we need answered most, or simply a way to de-stress after a long day. All higher beings have no gender. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Cool. It's true archangel mean. I don't know if I can trust this wiki because I don't know if it's. It seems to be. I don't know. Seems okay enough. Cool. Thank you for that, Mademoiselle Crabaleta. I'm gonna leave that tab open in case we need to brush up on our archangels. Again, um, a community and modality that I have yet to develop like a serious personal connection with. But I'm open to it because I understand that they've helped a lot of people. And that's good enough for me. I want to be friends with anyone who helps people. Look at these cards. What will we get today for this community reading? Who knows? Who knows, says I. Oh, also, um, friend of the stream and incredible inspirational musician, Pulsatile Tinnitus, released um, an album of remixes for her album, The Finer Art of Heartwork. And I contributed a remix to it. And it's really an honor because I like her music a lot. So you can listen to that there. Everyone indeed has their own journey after all. Indeed. This is very true. Very true, I say. Yeesh. I was in like a good dream too. I don't even remember what I was doing, but it was some kind of some work. I was reading about contact work just before falling asleep. A really cool passage from a book that I might actually read aloud on stream. Before we even start, before I even pick the dang cards, or maybe I'll pick the cards and then read the passage before flipping them over. How about that? Ooh, that sounds juicy. Well, I like that card. And I also I'm that's calling to me in some way. But I almost feel like we need to do 7 cards if we're going to do 7 piles. It's a rough one. Ooh, you're jumping out. You and you. And then I think we're going to do 7 cards today. I think that's what's hankering. You. And then, of course, the top again? Whoa! Okay, imbalance and positive polarity. Oh, maybe that'll be the 7th card. Interesting. Top card again. I don't know what's going on. We can start with that. Imbalance and positive polarity. Pleiades past. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. It refers, well, specifically, I guess, to this past of the Pleiades, where you want to help so badly that it accidentally backfires and you end up destroying an entire civilization through good intentions. Imbalance and positive polarity. Any imbalance will always seek balance, as that is like the natural resting state. I suppose you could read an imbalance in positive polarity as the same exact thing as an imbalance in negative polarity. It's just how you identify the 2 poles, the spectrum. Let's read about it. In the ancient Pleiadian history, one of the core lessons of the species had to do with denying the shadow side within. They only wanted to focus on the positive and habitually suppressed their dark aspects. It is important to recognize and embrace all aspects, dark and light. In your life now, try to see where you suppress the darkness inside, such as emotions or pain that you don't want to feel. Thank you for the follow. The Foot Sniffer 23. All right. I am barefoot right now, and if there's one wrong move from my camera, you will be able to see my feet. Uh-oh. TOS. In your life now, try to see where you suppress the darkness inside, such as emotions or pain that you don't want to feel. See it, love it, and dialogue with it. Use it as part of your growth. In doing so, you will heal many old habits and patterns from lifetimes past, on Earth and in the stars. That's nice. I've been trying hard to think about like what I've been suppressing, because it gets harder to drudge it up as I get older. I'm like, oh, I don't, I'm always an open book. And then pretty soon 5 years will go by and it's like, oh, wait, I've sort of built up a wall around that aspect of myself or around those memories, around these emotions. And I wasn't even paying attention to that. I was just like happy go lucky. I'm perfect in every way. And because I'm so honest and open about everything. And it turned out I was not being honest and open about a lot of stuff. Or I would like control information. Like I would like control the types of information I would disclose to people. Well, if it isn't my good friend Chris Mack. Hello to you. We just got a follow from someone named the Foot Sniffer 23. Oh, you can see it right down there. So that's exciting. And I just woke up. So I'm really like, I have not showered. The What you see is what you get. Enjoying some delicious coffee and balance and positive polarity. I want to read some of the commentary on this. It represents one of the core lessons of the Pleiadian people when they were young. Had the tendency to push away the negative emotions and only acknowledge the positive in life. Yeah. These unprocessed emotions festered on a collective level. And after millennia, I forgot about this. This submerged energy had to be released, and this unconscious negative energy created an immune system disease that ravished the Pleiadian people. So, does that sound familiar to anybody? No one could find a cure. It wasn't until they sought help from the shamans of their society that they fully understood what was happening. After much inner searching, the shamans realized that the repressed negative energy on a collective level was creating this immune disease. They had made many suggestions to release this energy, and eventually the disease disappeared. Humans are genetically most connected to the Pleiadian people. So before I go on, hold on. Just like that reminds me so much of America or this like piercing cultural dominating force of like not necessarily like this I don't know, I'm trying to avoid saying something like Western civilization, or it's just like we're the best, nothing is wrong, we can do no wrong, and just like charging forward with that idea until obviously there are things that go wrong, and obviously there's like other aspects to that momentum that require addressing. And what happens if those aspects go unaddressed? Well, then, things start to emerge from the subconscious into the physical. It's intense. This account is not permanent. I wanted to follow my favorite streamer where I got banned because of misunderstanding, but decided not to follow that streamer. So I'm just using this account to see reactions when a streamer sees my name. Okay, yeah. I mean, you could easily get banned on site. I'm not going to ban you. Number one, because I've been like developing a relationship with the number 23 synchronistically lately. Also, you seem fine so far. Like that's not an immediately bannable offense to be a sniffer of feet. I could see why someone would ban you on site though, just because it brings up like, oh, this is like, or like, are your intentions purely fetishistic or whatever, something like that. But you seem fine. Interesting how Palladian is associated with the Nordic aliens, the shadow work. Right. There's like a lot of depictions of, yes, like taller, lighter skinned, lighter color hair. Like when I was doing this like Galactic ambassador workshop thing, the first civilization was the Pleiadians, and I had the most trouble connecting with them because of the artistic representation that was given along with the channeled transmission. I was just like, like this is such a hang up for so many people in ufology, in spiritual spaces, or in like, it's like they immediately see this like Scandinavian looking extraterrestrial and they're like, well, this is all based in nonsense because it was probably created by someone who sees that as like some ideal. And it's like, no. It's like, there's all sorts of ways to look for all sorts of alien civilizations, etc., extraterrestrial civilizations, star people. But it's very common for a specific physical density of Pleiadians to look a certain way, depending. Again, there's all kinds of shades and all kinds of like shapes. But there's this, apparently there's this, and that's rough for us as humans because lighter skinned, like Nordic looking people in our history have all sorts of like things that have happened. speaking as one, I'm even tiptoeing around it because of my own like still lingering like white fragility, as you can like hear in my voice and the words that I'm choosing. So we're in it right now. We're like coming out of polarity. I see it. I see the current like state of human civilization being in a like we're pulling away from our most extreme forms of polarity. And I saw that last night in a TV program I watched, just because it finally opened up the viewers' ideas to like, hey, maybe there's more than like two possibilities with every single decision that we make, especially ones that are like major and affect the world. Interesting how Pleiadian is associated with Nordic aliens, the shadow work. Yeah, and exactly. And even that, like, imbalance and positive um, polarity, like what I just admitted to right now, how like it's like an uncomfortable like subject where it's like, oh, this is an aspect of my identity and I'm going to be weird about it because of like this sort of like a historical context or something like that. That's unaddressed shadow work. That's an imbalance in positive polarity, trying to keep everything like really like, oh, I'm aware of what I look like and my heritage is um that's interesting. So I didn't know that was going to come up right off the bat, but here we are. You don't get to choose what's going on. um but that's a frustrating thing that comes up in any conversation that I'm having, especially with like skeptics who are immediately just like, oh, you mean like the Nordics? Because, and it's like, no, well, they're not from, like, it's not, but yes, like it's a really hard conversation to have, especially if I've just woken up. And like, say for instance, like I've done a bunch of dream work with like a certain civilization. I then have to like go throughout my morning, like defending the way that they look or something, and it's like it's not even that they represent themselves physically in a certain way. It's like it's really hard. I don't feel like I'm an authority to put it into words, but yeah, that was something that came up for me during that Galactic Ambassador workshop, and it was the first civilization that it asked us to make contact with. And I have learned from Pleiadian teachers for a lot over the last 10 or so years, and probably subconsciously my entire life. One of the beings that is channeled by Lisa Royal Holt is Sasha. She's like very famously this like Pleiadian soul counterpart to Lisa. And I love the books that have been written with information from her and things like that. But there was something about it. There was something like I just needed to like face all these things when I was during that week of the Galactic Ambassador thing. And I want to like re-listen to those transmissions and kind of like work out whatever it is that I need to work out with that stuff. Cuz the guy in the image looked like me and it freaked me out. And I think that's it. I think ultimately that's like such a lesson when it comes to like fear. It's like, oh fuck, is that me? Like, what does that mean? So, sure, it could be an aspect of that. Hold on, let me catch up. Most of the time, all the denying are being skeptic coming from fear of the unknown. Sure, yeah, yeah. Like, a lot of the work that I purport to do is trying to bridge belief systems so that people aren't necessarily as polarized or as far away from each other as they try to be. For what reason I do this, I do not know. Maybe it's a Libra thing, or maybe it's like a higher contract thing, or I don't know. And it makes me pretty obnoxious when I try to get differing perspectives to be less polarized, because neither of them want that, but I want that, you know. So that's an ego thing, it's a control thing, etc. But because of this, I have many friends in a camp who would, number one, probably not be into channeled material, see it all as like hogwash. And then number two, if they saw the image of like the blonde haired, blue eyed, light skinned Pleiadian, they'd immediately go to like, oh, this was like this, like who wrote this? Like why do they look like that? That's a bit weird. You know, isn't that a bit strange that they look like a Scandinavian human from Earth? And it's like, well, I don't really have answers to that. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. I'm trying to bridge these perspectives. That was my biggest discomfort, I think, because it's like the more alien someone looks, the more you're like, oh, that's a fucking alien, which is like going to be an offensive term eventually. But it's like, it's easier because it's like, oh, I'm an Earth person and I'm reaching out to star people. And if the star people look like star people from Star Trek or something, then it's like easier. But if they end up looking like dudes from Sweden, then immediately like there's this like vibe that's like, what? Wait, like what does that say about like certain aspects of history? And it's like, what? Like, and that goes for every single like group of people. Every single like, you know, it's it's like an oxymoron. I think it's like a paradox. Because then you start categorizing like races of humans. It's really tricky. And obviously it's something I need to work on with my own shadow work. Imbalance and positive polarity. Couldn't have picked a better card to describe this exact like undealt with thing. Wow. Wait, what was the rest of the comments though? Yeah. Humans are genetically most connected to the Pleiadian people, and we have a tendency to do the same thing, to push away our unpleasant emotions and the dark aspects of our psyches. Many of the diseases we face today are because of this repressed emotion. If this card came up in your reading, you most likely had experiences in the Pleiadian system during this era, in which this issue of repressed emotion was happening. It is also a message to continue to stay connected to the emotions you are feeling and never push them away. You can write about them or face and embrace them in meditation. If you make a commitment to this process, you will live a happier and healthier life. Fuck. There you go. What up, Mocking Mystic? Yeah. Like even the comment about like diseases and stuff. It's sometimes I have to like know when to not speak, and I very rarely know when that is. I'm finally in my 30s learning like, oh, now would not be a good time. Like now would be a good time to like shut up or something about a certain thing or something, because like depending on what space I'm in, like you can't tell someone what the cause of a disease is. You can't just like with authority be like, oh, this is, you're probably sick because of these repressed emotions. You can't do that because everyone has a different belief right now about like how people get sick and what sickness is and what it represents and how it should be treated and so forth. And it's become very, very politicized, and it's a very heated, polarized like thing, specifically after COVID. Or even the phrase after COVID is controversial. During COVID, like someone comes up out of the woodwork, it's not over yet. It's just incredibly charged. Again, I feel like we hit the zenith of polarity and we're starting to come back, but that's going to take a few thousand years. But like I'm of the belief that like we hit it and we're coming back. So when we are facing something unfamiliar, it would cause people to push it away because it would take away the comfort of the familiarity. Sure. I think that's like a very common tendency. Yeah. Boy, I didn't expect to get this like into these subjects, but I suppose it's important. I can't just be talking about how we're all one yet we're all different and not really address like the unaddressed aspects of that. Also, I haven't showered, so let's do number 1. Sharing cultural ideals, a Pleiades present. Okay, so we're dealing a lot with Pleiades today. Boy, can't always get what you want, but you find some time that you get what you need. That's like literally what this feels like right now. Um, sharing cultural ideals, 66. What do we have to learn from each other? It's a give and take. 369. Damn you, fine. I was thinking a lot about the solfeggio frequencies yesterday because I want to incorporate them into the next album I'm working on. And 396 into 639 into 963. That's the root, the heart, and the crown. And they sound really nice together. And they're all just like, mixing of those three numbers, but always in the same order. It's always 639, 639, 639. And I noticed that because it's never 369. 6 never comes before 9 because you want to make the joke 69, haha. But it never happens in those frequencies. All right, am I making any sense today? I feel like I'm not making any sense today. So what have we covered? We've covered racism. We've covered that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, like COVID denial. What else have we covered? what is it? 38 minutes in. Good morning, AWOL. It's very good to see you. Interesting. All right, 66. Pleiadians are enthusiastic cosmic anthropologists. They love studying other cultures and interacting with them. Great to have you here, AWOL. Part of this is sharing the Pleiadian culture with other species as well. This is never to dictate what is right or wrong, but purely for the purpose of exchanging ideas. This natural curiosity is also within you. And this card is suggesting that you embrace this part of yourself a bit more. Okay. Don't be afraid to explore and share with others what you've learned, but do so from a place of neutrality and genuine loving kindness. Know that the ideas you share will help others on their spiritual journeys. Well, that gives me a little bit of reinforcement to all the stuff I was babbling about earlier. What's Nikola Tesla's 369 theory? But again, it's never in those orders. The solfeggio frequencies, it's always like, it would be 639 or 963 or 396. Those permutations. Am I using permutations correctly? This card refers to a time in Pleiadian history when they spread their cultural ideas through the galactic family, but never in a forceful way. Human history has shown that when evolved groups contact primitive groups, see, look at this. Even this brings up like colonialism. It's labeling. I have so much discomfort reading this commentary because it then gives like an example of a European civilization and an indigenous civilization. And for the purposes of what it's trying to teach us, it's labeling one as evolved and one as primitive. For the purpose of like expressing the idea that there is a tendency to conquer and wipe out the established indigenous culture. This issue is an important one for humans to heal, because once humans move out into space, that type of behavior will not be compatible with the galactic community's protocols. Yes, Prince Anime. 369 damn she fine. To the window. An essential step in human evolution is to allow everyone to embrace their own culture and beliefs and to celebrate that diversity. If you pulled this card, it can mean many different things depending on the surrounding cards and your individual circumstance. It may mean that you have a Pleiadian lifetime in which you were one of these cultural engineers who celebrated diversity, served as a teacher for awakening planetary species, or perhaps now you serve the function of bringing together different peoples and sharing ideas with no judgment or forcing of beliefs. It could also mean the opposite. Perhaps it's a warning to stop trying to push your beliefs on others. Maybe someone is doing that to you. Messages to stand firm in your right to have your own beliefs, celebrate the difference. Look at the surrounding cards. I was thinking about this last night as I was like sort of celebrating this, like what feels like finally a light at the end of the tunnel of like this extreme polarity. And I was thinking about it, and I just have to bring it up. I was just thinking about it in terms of like the American election and so forth, and the way that it's covered in the media, and how there's this like forcing and extreme social pressure. It's like you have to pick one of these two, or you are contributing to the downfall of the species. That's kind of like the narrative. That's how polarized it is. Meanwhile, sharing cultural ideals, allowing for differences, I feel like that would be a huge imbalance in positive polarity. Being like, well, you're either going to vote for the good or you're going to vote for the evil. Which is it going to be? And our side is the good and the other side is the evil. Do you know which side you're on? I feel like that's an extreme imbalance in positive polarity, which is not, as everyone screams about, it's not democracy. That's just, it's not. That's not what that is. And I even hesitate to use that word, because even that word has become extremely charged. It is no longer like a place of neutral connotation. But sharing cultural ideals, oh my God, what if there was a convention where there were just a bunch of different people who were discussed to be in the running? What if, you know, what if there was like a primary held or something, instead of this like pressure, this constant pressure? You need to back this person. You need to support this person, or we're all gonna die. This like fear-based extreme imbalance and positive polarity. This is interesting. I'm starting to see why I'm getting these Pleiadian cards right now, considering what I was celebrating last night. Good morning, Sparkle Sprout. Because I watched the new Daily Show. That was the thing. It was like, and blah blah blah. I went to school for media analysis. Blah blah blah. And I love to analyze media, but it gets exhausting. It got really, really exhausting. And when you feel like hopeless about the way that viewers are being manipulated, it's very hard to like put your heart into it. But last night I was very, very, very pleased with the way that this very mainstream TV show that has been on for decades now and is very, very popular. Obviously, like certain aspects of the left don't find it left enough. Certain aspects don't find it, and other people think the opposite of it. I thought that the things that were brought up last night were things that I'd been personally felt like I was desperately trying to get people to listen to for years, and it was really satisfying. And this is just embarrassing to even admit. It's just corny, because it's like watching like paint dry, or like a river, or I'm trying to think of an analogy. Again, I just woke up. It's like watching something that you want so desperately to shift direction, and then finally it starts to turn. Like it finally starts to be like, hey, maybe these ideas could be accepted by a mainstream consciousness. And it was being expressed, and it was like, yes. And those ideas promote diversity, promote like a difference, a celebration of difference, as opposed to a, hey, get on board or shut the hell up kind of attitude. Because that's a hypocritical message. Interesting. Holy shit. Pleiades, guilt, past. Exactly what I was bringing up earlier about all the, like, the fragility. This is quite a read so far. This is very much like a Pander Sarah, like, you need to take a deep look at your earthly incarnation and just be okay with yourself. Pleiades, guilt, past. Amazing. Let's read about that. In the ancient days, well-intentioned actions by Pleiadians ended up causing a whole planet to be destroyed. Since that time, they have held a tremendous amount of grief and guilt as a species. They have healed a lot since then, but many humans still carry these patterns. Look deeply at the things in your life you feel guilty about. The wisdom you have now can create compassion in your heart. Let that compassion flood the wounded part of you. Let the love from the universe fill the part of you where the guilt still lives. Let it go. All is forgiven by the universe. Now you must forgive yourself. Whoo! Boy, that's a big one for me, and I'm sure a lot of people. Guilt has been a big theme throughout my entire life. That's been like a main theme. Main theme. It prevents me from moving forward, or it did at least for many years. In all aspects, it's like, oh, I don't want to like make my voice heard in this space. Like, because of this reason or that reason or this reason or that reason. Oh, I don't want to finish. I don't want to say yes to that. I don't want to participate in the world. And all of these are so wrapped up in like different reasons and different facets of a single being. Like it can't be traced back to like, oh, because I'm trans this, or oh, because I'm white this, or oh, because I was born with this kind of body this. There are like hints and clues, but no direct linear pathways. It's like suggestions and offerings. Yeah. Guilt. Guilt. God. I wonder if we're gonna what is this card gonna be? Wait, we have to keep reading. This card references something that happened in the Pleiadian past for which they still carry a tremendous amount of guilt. Read card 40. What was card 40? Stubbornness. Oh, there you go. Even though this card references a specific incident in the Pleiadian past, you can even see it. Look, that planet was destroyed behind them, and they're facing away from it, and they're crying. Oh, guilt. I saw this happen with some close friends recently, where someone was very triggered by a display of emotion by another, and the other who displayed that emotion felt so guilty that they started to display that emotion even more. So it became this cycle that just made the entire energy of the situation like exponentially worse, because that other person couldn't let it go, couldn't like release themselves of the guilt that they felt. And then therefore they just like pumped out more of that vibe that the initial person like said, please don't do any more of that. So it became like a cycle. Sheesh. It is also a very archetypal card because most humans deep inside have a sense of guilt that stops them from living fully and accepting love and joy in their reality. It is a nagging feeling of not deserving love, abundance, and joy, and feeling selfish for accepting it, which again is a paradox, I think, because this has been my experience. Like, whenever I stop myself from feeling something or doing something out of this guilt that, like, wait, hold on, what was that last thing? Yeah, oh, I'm going to be selfish if I do that. I can't have the attention be on me. I'm going to be selfish. I can't go for that position or that job. It's selfish of me. I can't like have my idea be the be heard. That would be selfish of me. And of course, that calcifies into actual selfishness. It's just this constant focus on the self where it's like, "Oh, I can't have people thinking bad of me." That's very selfish, cuz then you're withholding your gifts from the world. It's a paradox. Crabaletta, does other people be responsible for other people's trigger? Not necessarily, but in this case, we were working very directly with that concept, like very, very openly and directly. And it was very like there was a cycle being perpetuated. And I can't get into details because like privacy is important. Thank you all for being here. These are like intense themes to I just woke up an hour ago. I guess I can't say that anymore because it's been an hour. This feeling is often unconscious and can only be seen through deep self examination. Religions often play on this human condition of guilt, and by reinforcing it, some religions can keep humans under control and believing in the way of the religion as the only thing that can absolve the guilt. But the truth is that we have all fragmented from the source, and underlying all the physical lives we may have had in countless star systems, we are equal in the eyes of the Creator. The transformational energy of this card asks you to look deep within for any feelings of guilt or unworthiness that might keep you from fully embracing love, abundance, and joy in your life. Once you can identify it, most likely not intellectually but through a feeling or sense, begin to love that part of you unconditionally until it no longer needs to use guilt as a way to stop you from embracing the magnificence of your being. This is such a hard card for me to read. Like the sentences feel very wordy. And it's like it feels like my consciousness is like grinding its gears on this one, which means to me that it's important that I do so. I think it's like I think it's like if I'm going to like really be honest with myself, this is like a huge theme for me. Took a long time for Pleiadians to heal this issue within their species. Let their wisdom guide you so that their past suffering and the lessons learned from it can be a gift to all of humanity. What is this going to be? Emptiness. Beautiful. Emptiness. I want to read that passage from that book. The final card, Emptiness. The final card of the deck. Just before like pure unified source consciousness. Emptiness, like floating through an endless sky. This is like for me it's probably the most peaceful card. It kind of tells me that it's okay to just like stop and be rather than like having a goal or a destination. My therapists tell me that it's our own responsibility to make sure our boundaries are honored. Sometimes there's nothing we can do about being triggered, but we do what we can. For sure, there's something that's not healed that's causing the trigger, and if it's just put away, it will be never ending. Yeah, for sure. That's why it can be frustrating when, like, uh, as an objective observer, you might feel like, oh my God, like, you know, I can see the way that the knot is all tied up inside of someone else, but like, it's really hard to, and it might be immature to play the savior and be like, here, I can untie that knot for you, or here, if you only just do this, this, and this, then you'll be saved, then you'll be happy. Because that is such a past Pleiadian vibe where it's like, oh, I know exactly what I can do to save this civilization. Whoops. We ended up like destroying the exact like civilization that we were trying to save. But sharing cultural ideals and celebrating difference, that isn't attached to judgment, that isn't attached to that condescension, that isn't attached to like that savior mentality, savior complex. Just, hey, we're different, isn't that cool? We can learn from each other, etc. If it sounds corny, it is. Like that's what we do here. That's the work that we do here. Yeah, emptiness. This feels like a liberation from these. This order is so perplexing now. Emptiness. I want to read that passage from that book. Give me 1 second while I walk to the other end of the room to grab it. Okay. Hey, we're different. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Like, another big symptom of like a highly polarized chapter in a civilization, I feel like, is, oh my God, I know exactly how to create world peace, how to force world peace, how to like just be the authority and just get everyone on the same page, and just everyone will be the same, and then there will be no conflict. And like, so there's this big emphasis on homogeneity and like kind of wrenching difference out of society, and that's, you know, obviously going to not work. That obviously becomes oppression and its own form of like it. That's what the Orion people like. It's like, you know, 1984, Nazi Germany, like, which is echoed now. Well, it's, yeah, I don't know, genocide and so forth, imperialism. Difference is inherent. Difference, we experience it. It cannot be like erased in our reality. So if we're not celebrating it, you know, wow. The way that I'm wording all this stuff is so like paradoxical. We must celebrate difference. It is imperative. I'm going to be fascistic about not being a fascist. I'm going to force you to celebrate differences. Whoa. This is quite a little loop I'm on right now. I just woke up. Sometimes I'm like, no, it's not cool. And sometimes I'm feeling more generous and open. Yeah. I mean, as long as no one ever hurts anyone else, that's like the big rule. It's like, yeah, you know, inherently every type of person is going to exist. And that's great as long as no one is the type of person that feels the need to hurt other people or themselves. Like, that's kind of part of the cosmic rules too, but that's a different conversation. We're not talking about that right now. Inherently we are, but I know that that's not what like we're talking about right now. Like, I tolerate everyone except for the intolerant. Like those sorts of paradoxes. Where like it makes sense from a polarized, like politicized perspective, but in like the grand scheme of things, it's like unsustainable. Because you become the intolerant, etc. And then of course we have memes that are coming to mind. So much for the tolerant left, blah blah blah. That muddies things up so much. That muddies up like a metaphysical discussion so quickly, but that's the path I feel like that I chose, is to be like hyper aware of like every little like pop culture thing so that I can try my best to make grand metaphysical concepts even just a little bit more accessible to the average millennial who are no longer even relevant. We are no longer the, well, that's not true. I just woke up, you guys. Let me read from this book. You are both separate and one. On the quantum level, your consciousness is like water, which we've defined as the Golden Lake. That's the title of this book. As water, the only way to see yourself or separated aspects of yourself is to look inside. Take the example of an aquarium. It is filled with water and has fish inside. The water is your quantum nature, and in order to experience and learn from separation, you create aspects of you inside yourself. The fish, the sand, and fake plastic seaweed are all within your quantum consciousness. They seem separate, but in reality, they cannot ever be separated from the water because they are within it. All the separate aspects inside the water are different expressions of the quantum, expressed according to the frequency at which they express themselves. Whew. The idea that anything can really be separate from you is impossible. This is the core paradox, that you are both separate and the one. Thus, when you encounter other forms of life on the quantum map, meaning like if you're in meditation or trying to channel or do contact work, through consciousness. When you encounter other forms of life on the quantum map, they are still like the fish in the aquarium. They are still part of the one, watery quantum consciousness that is all that exists. This is one of the core lessons of contact work. With repeated experiences of traveling through the quantum map, it becomes crystal clear that there is no entity in the universe that isn't another expression of you. Not the ego identified you, but the one quantum you. Oh, for sure, Chris. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. This is a weird one. I just woke up. I'm all over the place, but sometimes those are really important to still stream and like work out whatever it is that I need to work out. Thank you so much for watching, Chris Mack. Have a wonderful day of work. In that one quantum state, there is no duality. This is a big one. This, especially in a lot of like new thought ministers and stuff. Like, oh, well, how do we deal with the separation of like us versus you, etc. What cam do I use? I use like the cheapest. These are like the Logi, flawed Logi. It's literally here. Sorry. Wait, there's a shit. I lost my page. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Cards. So this is what it looks like. I have 2 of these. One of them is mounted to my closet to get this table. Yeah, they're like the cheapest kind of webcam. So I always end up getting weird like exposure effects and stuff. And it's not like very, high def, but it gets the job done. And yeah, someday I'll probably upgrade, but whoop. See, like I have to cover the lens with my thumb to sort of reset the exposure, which is chill. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Also focusing. Like sometimes, like it. You can read that. I guess you could read that, but if I was to make that larger, it would be blurry. Oh, let's see if I can get back to that page. Maybe we read exactly what we needed to read from that page. Oh, no, I found it. In that quantum state, there is no duality. This is why fragmentation happened. From that high state of quantum oneness, there is only emptiness. Emptiness, which we have just pulled at card 108. If the one wants a new experience and wants to see itself in a myriad ways, it must create fragmentation within itself in order to see itself. You cannot see your own face without a mirror. That's very interesting. When oneness created the illusion that something was separate from it, it could have a whole growth experience that was impossible from the state of oneness. Hence the Beyond Wisdom card. Hence, like the desire to separate and experience difference. Because through difference, there can be expansion of knowledge and learning and growing and new experiences and understanding. And it's fun. It's like, why do people want to try new things? Why do people like to travel? Why do people like to learn a new instrument or try to write a book or want to go hang out with a friend even? It just creates a new memory and they'll learn something and they'll have a conversation maybe. Or even if it's a solo activity, there's going to be this new memory, this new experience. It's very exciting. I often thought about that when I was young. Like, why are we driven to do certain things with our time and our passion? Like, why is there like a sort of like expected method of being? And then as I got older, you don't always have to go out to the party. You can stay in and still like experience life. It's all valid. And it took me a while. That was a big guilt card for me right there. Because I was like, oh, I'm not going out. I'm not sharing cultural ideals. But that created an imbalance because then I started to feel guilt about not going out, or guilt about not doing the right thing, not choosing the right event to attend, or like, do I go out? Do I stay in? And then just feeling this great sense of guilt all day about it until I finally succumbed to, well, I truly want to stay in, but I feel guilty about it. Like FOMO, fear of missing out, that whole phenomenon. This is good. Religions tell you humankind fell. No, no, no. It even says no, no, no. There's 3 no's. You cannot fall from one place to another because you exist on all levels at all times. Woo! Balloon, this lesson you've taught has really helped me navigate how I spend my time. Oh, well, that's good. Yes. Recently, I've been like kind of dissuaded from thinking about the concept like of wasted time. There can be lessons that we learn where it's like, oh, I kind of wish I did that with my Tuesday instead of that with my Tuesday. Or like, oh, I wish I did this so I wouldn't have had to waste all this time standing in this line. I could have filled out the application at home, or, and it's like, what if there was a different perspective when it came to that? What if like there's a reason you're standing in that line, or it's taking an extra hour, or you're stuck in traffic, or, maybe there was a reason you were stuck in that relationship with someone who you've described as being a waste of 2 years, or whatever. Like, it's still part of the story. It's still part of the journey. I've always felt guilty about wasted time, but now I feel more at peace. Yeah, I'm glad. That's definitely one that I say out loud a lot because I struggle with that on the daily. Good morning, Steph. Like, whenever it feels like something was wasted, it's like, was it really? Or am I just like holding on to this belief that it was not? Because it was, everything is inherently perfect, speaking from a metaphor, like a metaphysical quantum sense. But we don't experience everything as perfect. We experience trials and tribulations and struggles and strife. Why? That big question that so many ministers hear all the time. Why do bad things happen to good people? Well, what are your definitions of good and bad? Things happen. And on some level, we're going to learn something from those things. Whether or not we see them as good or bad is kind of up to where our perspective lies in the moment that we're like exploring the event or exploring that concept or something. What's up, Video Hell System? It's very good to see you. Stayed up super late and fell asleep watching your stream last night, Steph. Let's go. What were you doing last night? I stayed up super late because I was working on music. I was really inspired to like work some more on some music. You guys want to hear some of the music I was working on last night? This is a live take that I made, that I recorded like several years ago, but I spent last night like mixing it. Oh, this is the middle of the track. Is that loud? You can't even hear it. You can't even hear it. I forgot because I didn't turn this on. Here, I'll just play like the first like 30 seconds to a minute. Let's see if you can see that. That's enough. That's all you get for now. I'm making a noise album and I want it to be good, so I'm like taking it seriously and not taking it seriously at the same time. Because if you take it too seriously, it's not going to be good. And if you don't take it seriously enough, it's just going to be like, you know, I want to respect the stuff that I put out, I guess. But that was a thing that I recorded when I was still living in that. I was like squatting, technically, in a condo in Santa Monica. I recorded that. That was originally actually recorded for Kayla several years ago. But nothing ever really happened with it. And I was like, oh, well, I just want to put this out by myself and just leave it as it is. I mean, other stuff might still be done to it before, like, whenever this album is released. But it was just, like, really exciting to just sit last night for, like, several hours and just, like, find different ways to mix that to make it, like... Because, listen, this is what the original recording sounded like. So you can tell how much more I, like, deliberately try to bring out. So there's that, and then there's what I did last night. Mixing. It's an art. What are those? Oh my god. I just woke up. I don't know if it says that in the title, but I saw that emote as like a woman wearing a corset shaking her chest. That's how my eyes interpret that emote. I just woke up. Also, if you want to hear other cool stuff, this Blood Glow released part 1 of the remixes of her album as Pulsatile Tinnitus, The Finer Art of Heartwork, which was my favorite release of last year, I think I can confidently say, because I just really like the way she makes music. I think she does like really inspiring things with noise and ambient, like a song. What do I want to say? Like tropes, aesthetics. Tropes has a negative connotation. She does really inventive things that are really inspiring, and I've been following her work for like a decade now, I guess. Over a decade. Because I was following her around like 2011, 2012 on Tumblr. And so this is kind of a dream come true for me, that she reached out and was like, oh, can you remix one of my songs? And I had such a deep connection with Dirt Beneath Your Feet the first time I heard it, like the week that she released the album last year. So, and no one else had like chosen that song. So it was like, oh, perfect. Okay, cool. And it's a really good jumble of songs. Everyone did a really good job, and it's a lot of fun. Like, I was taking a walk and I was listening through like little, like, kind of tinny earbuds, and I'm like, oh, I wish I like made this louder. And then I went home and I listened on headphones, and I was like, oh no, I just focused way more on like the lows and mids than I think I realized. But yeah, the last couple of weeks I've sort of gotten back into a habit, some certain old habits of like kind of staying up too late and like kind of experimenting a bit with cannabis. I think that's why I'm also a bit disheveled and my mind's a bit all over the place. This year I had sort of like stopped doing that as much, and then when she reached out and I only had like a few days to do the remix, it was like, oh, I want to complete this, and it flowed very freely. But the cost was slipping back into old habits of like staying up all night and smoking weed. which, is that really the end of the world? What were we talking about? Religions tell you humankind fell. No, no, no. You cannot fall from one place to another because you exist on all levels at all times. Using metaphor again, we can say that as fragmentation happened, the big self, or higher self, or, began to see through infinite eyes. You have eyes on every level, including your physical human eyes, that convince you that you are separate. Your ego, the organizer of the most separated reality, I love that concept, convinces you that physicality is the dominant reality. But the version of you with eyes on other levels knows the reality construct is much more vast and that human reality is a small percentage of experience. Ooh, ooh. What's up, Joey? We spoke about the ego as an anchor. In its essence, it is neutral and performs an important function. As you learn to shift your attention away from the ego anchor as being the primary experience of reality, the anchor begins to lighten, and you start to experience yourself on other levels of the quantum. Contact work and meditation are hugely integrative processes, for they get you in touch with other aspects of your consciousness. Yes, exactly. And then it goes on to talk some more about some cool, contact work stuff. I love this book. It's a really good book. Same author, same channeler as the Galactic Heritage cards. Emptiness. We didn't even read the thing from that. What we talked about that, the big grand empty sky, like the piece that comes with emptiness. 108 is the final numerical card of the deck before the cycle begins again. So this is just before complete reunification of all consciousness. There was unified, and then it branched out to experience difference, and then it, came back together in the cycle. And just before the process repeats, emptiness. That's the card. This beautiful, peaceful emptiness. I love that. I love emptiness. It helps me deal with a lot of these other Pleiadian cards that we've been drawing. These issues of guilt from the past and an imbalance in positive polarity. Okay, I want to continue with this theme of going in a circle. Secrecy, Sirius. Wow. The past theme of secrecy. I'm serious. I was talking about withholding information earlier. And just the very nature of not addressing certain aspects of the self. Being unwilling to do, shadow work, etc. That's my favorite thing. There's this spiritual teacher who I work with, who it's so funny because it's become so. This has been a big theme of today too. The phrase shadow work has become so distorted through pop sensibility. Same with the phrase love and light. It just means nothing anymore. It's been distorted by agents of capitalism and so forth, and new age huckster vibe. So I have seen people on stages at spiritual centers be oh, I don't need to do shadow work. And that phrase, that intention being so counterintuitive to itself, it's oh, that's not for me. It's well, you just admitted very loudly that you are in dire need of it. You don't have to call it shadow work if that's what's stopping you from looking at the hidden aspects of yourself. But by gum, you're a human being having a human experience, living a lifetime. You're gonna end up doing that work. It's inherent. You can't keep it secret. That's the exact theme that it's asking you to explore. Does that make sense? Hold on. Let's read about secrecy. In order to protect and serve humans in the early days, Syrians often had to work secretly in small covert groups. There was a strong feeling that separation was necessary in order to do positive work without obstruction. That looks like it would lead directly to an imbalance in positive polarity. So that's very interesting that this card is so close to this one. I like that. I'm trying to figure out like a linear interpretation of this circle that we've established. Very intrigued by this. Many humans still carry this karmic pattern. This card encourages you to think about the issue of secrecy and how you live your life. It suggests that it is time to live your life out in the open, with no shame or fear of rejection or retribution if you show your true self to the world. This may be scary at first, but it will eventually lead to a true sense of freedom and self-confidence. Boy, I can relate to that. Queer people in the chat, was that the ego speaking about not needing to do shadow work? There you go. There you go. And ego has a bunch of connotations too. Like, I like to talk about ego with a certain definition that just refers to like an anchor. Like, there was this thing that was mentioned in this book that was really, really cool, that like the ego is what keeps us believing that what we experience through our senses is the be-all end-all of reality. It reminds me of that phrase, like, you know, I have to see it to believe it, or whatever. Like, and so many people's hang-ups with aspects of the paranormal or supernatural or whatever. Oh, I'll believe it when I see it, kind of thing. You know, like, I can't just feel it. That doesn't, you know. Meanwhile, that's a huge sense as well. But these intuitions, these feelings, and even the tangible empirical sense experience, that's, God, I just woke up. The experience that it's just through an individual, like, that's a wonderful experience. It isn't the entire enchilada, I think is what I'm trying to say. That's about as like scientific as I can get. We're really just seeing through the eyes of one, like, bean. One olive. Yeah. Secrecy. This card continues the theme that was discussed for card 43, which was saving humanity. Oh, they have the savior complex too, the Syrians. In seeking to save humanity in the ancient days, the Syrians became very secretive, forming covert groups to work against the negative influences in order to ensure humanity's survival as an independent, sentient species. These Syrian secret societies, having positive intentions, imbalance, and positive polarity, were the first seeds that created the pattern of covert human groups that eventually formed secret societies on Earth. Ring any bells? These societies continue today from a very innocent desire by the Syrian forefathers to protect humanity. We know what's best. The rest of the human are cattle. They're just sheep. We, us in, you know, the oligarchs or the behind closed doors, we have all sorts of words for these things that lead to all sorts of conspiracies, etc., which I don't really like to go down the path of, because I don't care. I don't care about secret societies. I don't care about hidden cabals. I don't care. Like, it's disempowering to constantly like live my life like, oh, all of the decisions are being made by a group of shadowy figures that I will never have access to. Like, fuck that. Sorry for swearing, but fuck that. There goes my monetization. Now I can't join the secret society because I said the dang F word on YouTube. If this card comes up, it could mean that you were either connected to this ancient time on Earth when the secret societies began, or you had subsequent lifetimes with this theme. It could also mean that in your life now, you cling to secrets as a way to control others. I know I admitted to that at the start of stream when I talked about withholding information. To protect yourself or to feel safe and in control of your life. This is one of those cards where you will have to look at the surrounding cards as well as the themes of your life now general rule of thumb is to remember that secrets ultimately destroy relationships and the integrity of a community. While holding secrets is part of being human and is sometimes done in the best interests of others, it can sometimes be damaging. Yes. Be very conscious of your relationship to the idea of secrecy. Use it only with integrity in every aspect of your life. That can be caused by insecurity. I would say so. What's this next one? Hey, hybrid parallel. This kept coming up every time I cut the deck. Well, just before I started shuffling. This card was visible almost every time I cut the deck. So I'm very happy that this card was pulled. I don't think we've ever pulled it naturally in one of our streams. And I kept seeing it every time I would cut the deck. So I'm very excited that this is part of our reading right now. Common ground. Hybrid parallel. And it seems to be like a comforting neutral bridge. Especially dealing with all of this like internal turmoil and wrestling with internal polarity. Common ground. The illustration is impressive. It seems to have all sorts of the different civilizations jumbled together. Very cool. 83. Let's get into it. Thank you for being here, by the way. Just for everyone who's like lurking and chilling out and stuff. I just woke up. So I have a headache. I'm talking about all sorts of stuff that like is very uncomfortable for me, and I think that's the point. Like this is not a straightforward, easy go today, which I really appreciate. Having lunch with your coworker, enjoy your lunch. Thanks for hanging out, Sparkle Sprout. 83, common ground. Doing online. Hello, yeah. Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much. 14 months doing online. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Did that not show up on the screen? Oh, I feel like it did. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Are you in the center? That's the center. Here we go. Oof. Yeah, I have like a crazy headache right now. It's not that crazy. It's not like debilitatingly painful. It's just like I'll feel better once I've showered because that'll clear out my sinuses a bit. Like the moisture and the heat. And then I haven't eaten anything today. I just had coffee. But I wanted to do the stream this way. Like I wanted all of this to happen. This is exactly as I planned. Common ground, 83. Throughout Earth's long history interacting with ET beings, many hybrids were created. A hybrid being is a powerful symbol because it represents the building of a bridge between two different realities and standing on that common ground from a place of empowerment to create a new evolved reality. You pulled this card because you have a connection with a hybrid being. It may be a Zeta human hybrid or another. This energy is influencing you now to help you bring together two aspects of yourself that previously conflicted. This powerful card means that profound integration is forthcoming. It certainly feels that way. I'm really excited that we pulled this. I'm excited that I saw it so many times when I was cutting the deck earlier. It completely echoes what I was feeling last night as I was watching The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. I'm going to keep bringing that up. It feels irresponsible to bring up like earthly third density politics, but that's part of the reality that I live in, so it is inherent. And it's fun for me to analyze media and track where consciousness is headed. That was why I studied it in school, I feel like. That's why it fascinates me so much. It's like a barometer and I'm misusing that word. It's like a meter. It's like a gauge. It's like, where are people at in terms of polarity? Where are people at in terms of accepting like differing beliefs? Where are people at in terms of needing to control each other's ideas? And under like capitalism, a lot of news, like broadcast news, 24-hour broadcast news particularly, is bought. Like the motivations of the stories that are told to the viewers are influenced by money and business and industry. And that's not news. That's like by definition something else. That's just information that's like chosen to be shown to people, etc. So it's very interesting. It's fun to see a satirical comedy program that is very mainstream. That is like, I enjoy seeing where they're steering the ship. Like I want to see what the audience claps along with. I want to see what sort of narrative is being pushed by the jokes. And it's very, very interesting to me. And I just was so satisfied. And I could watch it again today and have a completely different interpretation. But watching it last night, several glasses of wine, it just was like, oh, this is nice. I don't feel hopelessly like shackled to polarity right now. For me, that's what I saw. Someone else could watch it and see something completely different. That's the beauty of a single source seeing reality through infinite eyes. We're all going to have a little bit of a different take. Common ground. This card is highly archetypal, meaning it represents a powerful force in the universe. The card's meaning is, first and foremost, representative of the archetypal theme before it ever refers to something literal. Yes. In this case, it refers to the integration of polarity on a physical and ideological level, which is the core theme of these cards. A hybrid is a combination of two different aspects to create a third idea. Within our galactic family, there are myriad hybrid races that are mixtures of many of the humanoid species in creation. There are too many to name. If this card comes up in your reading, it most likely refers to the marriage of two seemingly different themes in your life and how they can be brought together in a fruitful way. If you are having difficulty making a decision or there is conflict between two things in your life, this card is suggesting that you can indeed integrate them. I want to tell you guys a story. When we've been doing these cards, and I've been thinking about things that go unaddressed within me, a big one was like meeting my friends' kids. Like meeting the children, like super young kids of friends who I knew as that age. It was uncomfortable for me because like it was a life path that was so different from mine. And like I was just leaving so many things unaddressed. But I recently went to a celebration of a very, very close childhood friend of mine, like his baby. Him and his wife had a baby. And I love them very dearly. And I got to meet the baby and I got to reconnect with their families. Some members of whom I'm like extremely close with, who are basically like family to me. And I had been pushing that away because I was afraid to like sort of face the present moment of, oh my God, there's new life being brought into this world. I had been focusing so much on the deaths that we had all experienced together, like the friends and the family members who we had all lost as a community, and I wasn't allowing like this influx of new life, and it scared me. I don't know how to act around kids. I feel like I'm too intense or too weird, or they're gonna have the wrong interpretation. None of that was real. It was like, just be yourself, and then you just inherently get along. Like the energy's fine. The energies are chill. Like all of these fears were just like conjured. And I just wanted to tell that story because it felt like something that I had been putting off for a really long time. Like in one of the kids' cases, I skipped his first like 3 birthdays, and I met him now, and he can like walk. He's 3 years old now, and he like can walk and is like a little human. And because he was born during lockdown and stuff like that, and so it was just like It was like, oh, like I'll just wait until it's safe to meet a baby. And now it feels much safer to meet a baby, etc. Or at least within this community of people, it does. Um, anyway, I don't know why that came up for me during the common ground thing. I think it's just like the integration of polarity. It just felt like a moment in my life recently where something was integrated in a positive, like healing way that hadn't been dealt with in several years. And it was like, oh, I'll just be the weird mystical like cousin. I'll be the weird mystical aunt, you know, who's like off to the side in the shadows. It's like, no, I can meet your kids. I can like be a part of these babies' lives. And I can like give them like I gave them books that I learned from when I was a baby. And that lineage is like very meaningful to the parents. It was just it just felt like necessary. It was very something that I was so scared of doing turned out to be the easiest, most comfortable thing in the world. And it was just a really beautiful like reunion for a lot of people. Um yeah, the marriage of two seemingly different themes in your life and how they can be brought together in a fruitful way. It may require patience and creativity, but it is entirely possible when you commit to the process. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting the vibe that I don't need to like read too much of the commentary. Yeah, this integration of polarity in the outer world represents an even more powerful integration in your inner world. I love that. I love that. Oh my god. Fusion of magic, of course. That makes all the sense in the world. Also, this is a nice 6. It's interesting that we pulled the 7th one first. It seems to be like a driving force for this exploration. Mademoiselle Crabalita, thank you for sharing your story and experience. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here to as I like process these things. Fusion of magic. That's definitely describing processing things. Now, we get this card a lot. It's a good one. It's all about the integration of polarities. Orion present. Look at that guy. They're integrating polarities. They're right in the middle of it. With all them tendrils going up and down. Jiminy Christmas. Starting to say yes to more things lately that like would bring me anxiety in the past. Now just like examining the anxiety, like, is it really going to be the death of me if I attend this event or make a fool of myself? Like if I hypothetically think that something bad is going to happen or something. And tentacle. Fusion and magic. 55. Embrace your abilities as a magician. The Orion energy, deeply polarized, went through a dramatic healing process in which those polarities fused together to create a powerful energy that fueled their society's transformation. Whenever two forces collide within us, it creates a process of fusion that releases an intense energy for manifestation. This is the basis of what we call magic, the fusion of two opposite energies that are harnessed and directed in a desired way. This is why it is important to embrace both the shadow and light sides within us, balance and positive polarity, sharing cultural ideals, guilt, emptiness, common ground, secrecy. Oof. We then create magical transformation. Embrace your abilities as a magician. When we face our fears and get out of the comfort zone is what I would call growth. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And also, like, I guess I can forgive myself for it taking so long. It took exactly the amount of time that it needed to. There was no wasted time. But I felt guilt about that. I was holding on to a lot of guilt about like not meeting my friends' kids. I was like definitely not allowing for the sharing of cultural ideals. Yeah, it wasn't scary at all. Yeah. What an interesting read here. So when you push yourself to take the step to heal is admirable. It is easier to run away. That's true, Mademoiselle Crabaletta. That is very true. It was a little victory for me. And it's all like in due time. Would anyone like an individual read today? How are people feeling? Drink some water. You would like to get one? Cool. You can do exclamation mark join if you want. I have a queue set up. Oh, wait. I have to open the queue. Sheesh. Does that do it? Queue is now open. I'm so sorry. Now you can do exclamation mark join. Very sorry about that. Whoop. Gotta wait for 30 seconds? I'll just, you're fine. Mademoiselle Crabaleta. Position is number 8. Who are all these other people? I probably didn't clear it. I'll get better at this as time goes on. I appreciate your patience. Wait, I have to. Aha! Oh, I wonder if next, yeah, because we could clear them all. There are no songs in the queue. That's funny. Here. Is that gonna? Did that do anything? Oh, clear queue. I think that's it. Okay. Successfully cleared queue. Let me refresh this. Yes, it is all open and good. So now, now you can do exclamation mark join. Hooray! Did that work? Hooray! You're at number 1. Hooray! 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 Mademoiselle Crabaleta! Hooray! Hooray! That's exciting. I love being excited by this. Play with viewer bot? I don't know what that is. Oh, this is some other thing. Ooh, Balloon is joining the queue. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Yeah! What's the name of that email? Yeah, Bogo's Binted. That's good stuff. More box unpacking and furniture arranging done, but you might join later in the queue. Okay, Steph. Well, that's all good. You can hang out. Gotta unpack those boxes. Gotta unpack those boxes. What a headache this is for me. I'm very happy. It's certainly like untwangled a lot of stuff that was really twangled up inside. I was twangled up in blue. Y'all ever get twangled? Oh, you wanna make this a real party? Hold on, where did it go? Where's my... Almost every day. Whoop. Now it's a party. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, they're loading. God. The Java error? There's a Java error. Now it's a party. There it is. Is that too loud? That looks pretty loud. Woo! Wake up. Okay. Now we're untwangled. The audio jungle. Okay. Okay. Let me take a look at this queue. We got Mademoiselle Crabaletta and Balloon. Balloon. Let's shuffle these cards, baby, baby. Oh, let me untwangle my legs. What an interesting reading. I really want to redo the module of the Galactic Ambassador workshop that has to do with the Pleiadians, because I really have a lot of work to do there. I initially, like, what I connected with everyone else like on a much deeper level. I'm like, oh, I'm all about the Arcturian energy right now. I'm really intrigued by the Andromedan energy right now, and I'm really connecting with the Syrian energy right now. But the Pleiadian kept bringing up like weird guilt things with me, and I would like find myself like disagreeing with the wording that the being was using, and I was like, oh, this and that and that and this, and it's like, oh, you know what that just tells me is I need to reapproach this in the future from a different perspective. You know, I mean, you don't have to resonate with everything all the time, but I want to. I want to try to understand. I want to connect on a deeper level because I was feeling repelled. And I want to see if I can get myself to a place where I am more understanding and more integrative. Integrative? Is that a word? Where are you? Integrative? Is that a word? I'd like to know. It says it's a word. The meaning of integrative is serving to integrate or favoring integration. Well, how about that? That's exactly what I meant to say it as. Thank you, Merriam-Webster. Merriam? Merriam-Webster? Hardly even dated him, Webster. Okay. Let's. Who do we have? Mademoiselle Crabaletta. Okay. We got to get into this. Yes. Yes. And let me know if there's anything specifically that you'd like to focus on. It's not necessary. But I know some people have like specific intentions they'd like to set or explore. about your spiritual journey. Okay. And we're going to do 3 cards. Two poles and a bridge. Two poles and a tether. Or maybe it doesn't work out that way. Maybe it's like 3 poles. Maybe it's 3 tethers. I'm not strict about this. YouTube channel, she shared her adventure about how she ended up channeling and finding her guides. Very cool. I'm into all that stuff. Can you pick 2 numbers between 1 and 7? You felt inspiration and ended up questioning yours. Cool. Nice. 4. The heart. We were doing 4 over here today. 4 and glittering and what is that from? Ferris Bueller? 4 and 2. Very cool. Thank you. It's about your spiritual journey. Hmm. 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 Black League patterning. Interesting. Interesting, especially with the intention of a spiritual journey. Black League being the big rebellious force of the Orion conflicts, the Jedi, the Fremen, the underdog people fighting for truth and justice, but hidden in the shadows, feeling the need to create activism and rebellion, but in hidden ways. Gone through a lot of enlightenment. This makes a lot of sense. Orion Past card, this makes a lot of sense being the first card being drawn in the sense of like a journey of someone's spiritual development. This is like where the idea is still, oh my God, we got to fight fire with fire. We have to like, if they're going to be violent towards us, we got to be violent towards them. That's the strategy that we're working with until we can integrate something else and take a different route. Makes a lot of sense in terms of any human's journey or development. I feel like that's a very it's a deceptively adolescent card. I think it like you know, you see the generals of a great rebellion meeting in a cave or something, in a cavern, out of the light, out of the mainstream awareness, but ultimately their goals become very similar to the goals of the people who they are fighting against, etc. Black League patterning. What is this? 38. The secret Orion Society fighting the negative forces was called the Black League. They operated covertly and were a major force for inspiration and hope. A pop culture metaphor would be like the Jedi Knights from Star Wars. You have had experience with this group, and this latent tendency of resisting authority or fighting for peace is a deep karmic pattern. Today, it is important that this polarity of us versus them be healed. Shift your focus away from light and dark scenarios. Begin to see reality in a unified way, with all manifestations being an equal and valuable part of creation itself. Wowee. Black League is a term referring to the resistance groups that formed during the darkest times in Orion. These groups were usually run by priests who practiced vegan mysticism, and who were also warriors as well. These groups ultimately helped to change the consciousness within the Orion system so it could transform, but not without a struggle. They also had to learn the folly of living in polarity, which is what you do when you fight darkness. Even though the Black League and the Orion civilization as a whole eventually transcended polarity and healed itself, many beings who had lives there brought this polarized energy to Earth, and it is still playing out here. On Earth, we can see it playing out through the secret societies who believe they fight for freedom from tyranny, religious extremist groups who believe they are liberating people, and any group or person who views reality in a polarized way and fights against the side they label as negative. This only perpetuates polarity. Welcome back, Sparkle Sprout. If this card comes up in your reading, usually comes up with other Orion cards, not necessarily, or cards with a similar theme, not necessarily. It is most likely suggesting that you look at your view of reality, how you might see it in a polarized way, encouraging you to begin to view reality as more of a unified field, that there's a greater balance that perhaps you cannot see. It is asking you to totally transform your life from one of polarity to one of unity. There you go. That basically supplemented what I was saying earlier. Let's see this other one. Vega, Alone Time. We've never had this card. Very cool. Vega, Alone Time. Present. So I'm assuming that's like a pretty neutral to positive interpretation of alone time. Spending time with oneself. That certainly is an interesting card to draw on when interpreting these three cards as a route of your spiritual journey. This is a very common step, I think, from Black League patterning into alone time. Immediately what comes to mind is the several phenomena that occurred during lockdown due to the COVID outbreak. Like this intense warring of polarities leading to a mandated alone time. Like, you have to stay in. And of course, that has so many different connotations. Oh my God, they're keeping us locked up. We're unable to perform our participation. We're unable to perform our activism. We're unable to continue to change things. But what if you could change things just alone by yourself internally? Just for a little bit, to just even out those scales just a little bit. The positive connotations that come from spending time alone. What if? I don't know. That's immediately what came up for me. Doesn't necessarily have to be those events, though. Ancient Vegans were solitary beings. They often spent large amounts of time alone in quiet contemplation as a way to remain centered, so that they had enough energy to be of service to their community. I know how that goes. In current times, most people don't create the space to have this alone time that is so very vital to their well-being. Take a look at your need for this essential quiet time alone. Give it to yourself. Not only for rest or activities that recharge you, but to look deep within yourself and work on your inner challenges. This is a fundamental need of all humans. This need can no longer be ignored. And this was written, what, over 10 years ago? Reality on Earth today can be very chaotic, filled with multiple distractions from family, home, work. These distractions can also be played out through our emotions, whereby our emotional states keep us distracted from our true internal essence. This is why stilling practices like meditation and yoga serve very important functions. They help us still our minds so we can see our true connection to the universe and the true nature of our consciousnesses. Ooh, plural. Every human needs time alone, not to distract ourselves with games or television, oh ho ho ho, but to go deep within and cultivate an intimate relationship with our true selves. I think you can still do it with games and television. This is part of the human commentary part. But yeah, it would be nice if we could even spend just a little hold on. Sorry about that. Thank you. You actually felt jealousy because hold on. I actually felt jealousy because she had helps. Oh, the YouTube channeler. Okay. She had help from a lot of people. Her process was so fast, but then she ended up feeling like she wasn't given the time to process her feelings about being a channeler. Yes, exactly. It all balances out. Especially when it's like, oh, I've definitely felt that jealousy toward another person. Like, oh, they've reached a level, a subjective level of success that I keep measuring myself up against. I keep comparing myself. Meanwhile, I have been given the gift and time to develop things about my own life and my own journey that maybe this other person has not had that time yet because they were so busy ascending in a different direction. We're all ascending together, even if it feels like we're stagnant and we're just like treading water and going in circles. We're like inherently progressing forward by the nature of like the density of reality in which we live. Like you know, everything's jiggling, time is moving forward in a linear way, or at least we experience it that way. Alone time, yeah. What else? Go deep within and cultivate an intimate relationship with our true selves. The Vegans were very solitary beings who recognized this essential need. If this card comes up in your reading, you cannot ignore this inner need any longer. Settle your mind and reestablish connection with your inner self. This is really not negotiable. Without this commitment, spiritual evolution becomes extremely difficult. This is a key to the next stage of human evolution. If you already spend large amounts of time alone doing spiritual practices, this card may also be giving you the message that this alone time must be balanced with time out in the physical world with other humans as well. I think I definitely could take a page from that book. Especially like bringing up what I was saying earlier about like meeting new people, meeting friends, kids, meeting family members, etc. What's this third card going to be? Cool, another Vega present. Logic and reason. Interesting. 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 So immediately the connotation that I feel like I'm getting is that there's already a great deal of attention that you are providing towards personal spiritual practice. And that this is sort of calling for a balancing. Like I don't want to put words in your mouth or experiences in your life. Them being human being is also valid to feel like that. Yeah, we're gonna inevitably like compare ourselves. As long as we don't allow ourselves to suffer because of it. That's when we have to remember that it's not useful to compare ourselves to other people in that way. It could be nice to learn lessons, but you need to meditate more. Okay, there you go. Yeah, logic and reason. There's a lot of things that could be, there's a lot of like connections that can be made through these three. And I hesitate to just sort of blurt them out because I don't want to like direct your experience in that way. I want to see like how they resonate with you. In the very ancient days, Vegans were very balanced in their mental and emotional bodies, but later, their practices of discipline created an imbalance of logic and reason. They learned to ignore their emotions, judging them to be inferior to the mental experience. Emotions are an essential part of the human experience and must be expressed alongside our thought processes. Look at yourself honestly. Do you lean more toward focusing on the mental body, logic and reason, or more toward expressing emotions? Both are important, but in moderation. Balance comes from honoring both equally. Hooray! Advices are welcome. It would be up to me to decide. Yeah. So taking a look at that, like, are you leaning too heavily on logic and reason? Are you not giving enough attention to logic and reason? This can be explored through the discipline of setting time aside for yourself. And I feel like the Black Lake patterning can apply to these in a way where it's like becoming militaristic about spiritual practices, becoming militaristic about suppressing emotion. Just watching out for that, I guess. Yeah. I'm going to skim through the commentary. Oh, wait, this is 25 and 26. I just realized that. That's pretty cool. These are sequential cards, 25 and then 26. Both Vega present. Alone time and logic and reason. So this is a very clear message being sent here. And I feel like it's being flavored by this reminder of the Black Lake patterning. This is interesting. One of the biggest karmic challenges of the ancient Vegans had to do with how they used their self-discipline to develop the mental body. In this era of the Vegan civilization, they had a challenge with overdeveloping the mental body to the detriment of the emotional one. This eventually led to challenges in their offshoot races, such as the Zeta Reticuli and Earth. Many humans have connections to this time in Vegan history and still have challenges in being able to balance the emotions with the mental processes. If this card comes up in the reading, look at the other cards. Need to lessen reliance on mental body for navigating through reality. It might also mean that you need more grounding and should develop your mental body more. Yeah. As you look within it, your connection to this idea, you can see a clear picture of why this card came up in your reading. Yeah. Discipline keeps coming up as well, and that reminds me of the Black League patterning. I just sort of want to like skim through that again. Yeah. Like just sort of another emphasis on like integration without needing to feel like it's a constant war of us versus them. Like, I need to be more disciplined in my spirituality because otherwise the world will crumble. I certainly suffer from that. I certainly fall into that pattern. Needing to save the world by like devoting time to spiritual practice. I should be using that time to save myself. Heck. Okay. Does this serve you? I have to move forward. I don't know, Mademoiselle Crabaletta. Is it? Take your time. Is that what you're getting from it? Take your time regarding your spiritual practice, your spiritual development, which is your original intention. Yeah, I think everything comes in its own due time. I think trying to rush something would be the Black League patterning, where it's like, oh, we got to accomplish this goal as quickly as possible, but it's not going to get accomplished that way. That might be a stepping stone in the journey where you take a chapter to feel like, oh, I have to force this self-discipline because that would be logical and reasonable. But that's like emotions are going to get in the way. Emotions are going to, quote, slow down the process. But it's really not a slowing down of the process because all the steps are necessary. The feeling of being left behind. Yeah, exactly. I think you can disabuse yourself of that. What's the word? Disabuse yourself of that because it's like we're never really left behind. I felt that for many years. I still feel that whenever I compare myself to someone else. It's like everyone's at different stages of journeys and everyone has aspects of their puzzle piece that can help supplement other people. Like no one is more complete of a puzzle piece than someone else. There might be people on different steps of their journey who like are able to recognize things about themselves, but it's like we all kind of fit. You know what I mean? How are the cards flipping? Really intense. I like just woke up and I didn't really allow myself to eat or do anything else. So, it sort of feels like I'm like reading them through a fog, but every reading so far has just been like really, really like poignant. It's good to see you, Monster. Yes, keep Yeah, be kind instead of punish yourself. I think that's always a good lesson to remember. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. I'm going to move on to balloon. Just refreshing the queue in case I missed anybody. Okay. Yeah, how do I feel like there's a way that I can like finish. Is it next? Oh, yeah. It would be next. Next. There are no songs in the queue. That's fine, Stream Elements. Then 1.111. Next person in the queue, we already... Oh, hold on. Do I like finish? How do I... I think I'm just gonna... Oh, there we go. No, yeah, there we go. Now it just says balloon. Interesting. Oh, Steph joined. It's 1:11 a.m. That's beautiful. Okay. KSBPTV. Okay. Okay. I'm going to take a very short break while I use the restroom. Enjoy the soothing sounds of the solfeggio tuning forks.
There is nothing paranormal about it. There is nothing supernatural about it. It is normal. It is natural.
Right there's a teaching about interdimensionality.
Well, I like it.
Hi. Welcome back. They should, Monster. I'm glad that they're soothing. I wish I could hear them. I would just sit and listen to them. For some reason, when I play like media in my OBS, it doesn't make it audible for me. I guess I could make it. Hold on. Let me fix that. Okay, so you can hear it right now, and you can hear my voice. Now, can I monitor this? So video. Okay. So is it doubled for you now? Okay. I think that's safe. Okay, perfect. Now I can hear it too. Great. Okay. Okay. That is nice. Okay, Balloon. It's your turn, Balloon. It's your turn. Do you have an intention? Oh, it's still going. See, that's the problem. Now I just hear it throughout the entire time. I hear it even though I'm not on that scene anymore. But you guys don't hear it anymore. Is it still going? That's so funny. Should we just play it for 3 straight hours? Yeah. So I guess that's the catch. Yeah, I think we tried this before. It's funny. And if I do this, can you guys hear it? Can you hear it? You can hear it? Okay. Now what if I do this? Nope. Still there. Or can you still hear it? I can still hear it, and that's the thing. Yeah, okay. Well, oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you. I'm just gonna turn off the monitor. Okay. I don't know why it feels the need to continue playing even when it's not. That's a thing, I guess, in my settings, maybe. I don't know, like a sound thing. Audio. Oh, God. Yeah. For another day. All right. Let's focus on Balloon. For another day. Balloon. Hello to you. I'm going to take this off. It's warm. I want everyone to look at my shoulders while I give them Galactic Heritage card readings. Because that's how I make the moolah. And if I make enough moolah, you won't have to sit through 800 million ads every time I get up to pee. I did turn them off to be automatic, though. That way I can run them when I'm not at the computer, you know? I think that's nice. Okay. Balloon. Balloon. A reading for Balloon. Do you have any specific intention for this, or you don't need one? I wonder if I should stop asking that. Just leave it open, unless the person wants to, like, voluntarily volunteer something. Brain is intertwangled. Yeah, too many thoughts. That's where I'm at right now. There's a lot of stuff I'm doing this week, but if I just sort of like breathe and take it one step at a time, Feels a lot more manageable. And think, oh, when I think about everything together, it gets kind of overwhelming. But if I just focus on what's right in front of me, then I can have a really nice, relaxing time and have like a productive time and enjoy the moment. It's very nice. Hmm. Can you hear the cards like flapping down? Hmm. Hold on. I'm going to set that card aside. Because as soon as I thought, oh, what if a card just, it feels like a card's about to jump out, and then I grabbed two at the same time. So it was like, okay, we're going to take that seriously. Oh, yeah. And would you look at that? I did it in such a way that it, okay, everything's perfect. Everything's perfect. Can you give me two numbers? Between 1 and 7? Intertwangled. Intertwangled. Solar plexus and throat. Let's go. What would that be? 3 and 5? We're doing the circle today. We're doing it in a circle. 3 and 5. Very cool. I like how much confidence and intention you imbued that with. You gave to that. What's up, Ash? It's great to see you. Hello. Hello. Okay. Oh, God. Intertwangled. Let's look at you for a second. You seem good. You. And then you're going to be the bridge, I think. I think that's it. No, you're the first one? Oh, okay. There we go. Interesting. The order doesn't necessarily matter. We're dealing with nonlinearity. Okay. The first one, emptiness. Would you look at that? Emptiness. Orion Light. That just jumped right out. We've already read from that card today during the group reading. Emptiness. It's one of my favorite cards in the whole deck, I will say. Emptiness. It's so peaceful. It's so still. Just a breath. We actually didn't read from that today because I skipped over it. I was too busy on my rambling about babies and stuff. Mademoiselle Crab, got to get some sleep. Of course. Thank you so much for asking for the reading. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for introducing so many cool concepts in chat. Okay. 108. Imagine taking off in a plane. At first, it is bumpy and the scenery is filled with many distracting things. This represents the mind. As you take off and fly through the clouds, it is like passing through the emotions. Sometimes there is bumpiness in the clouds, and there is nothing. Oops! Sometimes there's bumpiness in the clouds. Eventually, you rise above the clouds, and there is nothing but endless empty sky. This is your true state of consciousness. An endless empty field of awareness that contains nothing. There are no opinions or desires, only light. The Orion light within you, the sky, has always existed and always will. When you recognize this, you awaken. Last card of the deck represents the end point of our journey from unity to polarity to reintegration. The theme of this card, emptiness, refers to a state of complete integration and balance, when polarity ceases and the consciousness of the one is at rest but ever abiding, both completely full and empty simultaneously. Captures the energy of paradox described in a previous card and is actually our true nature. Adept meditators and yogis have experienced this state as various forms of samadhi, but the paradox is that as soon as we try to describe it, its true essence becomes distorted. It can only be experienced. Very cool. It's encouragement. It's an embrace from source. Surrender, become nothing. You will find that in nothingness, the loving fullness of creation will be all that exists. What a beautiful card! Good intentions, serious past. Good intentions. Good intentions. Cool. Yeah. Good intentions. Series being teachers, molders, shapers of humanity with good intentions. Of course, this is a past card, so there's things that need to be integrated. We also talked a lot earlier about the imbalance of positive polarity. We have good intentions, but sometimes good intentions backfire. Sometimes they're not enough or whatever. Sometimes they don't turn out the way we plan, I should say. It's probably more appropriate. Good intentions. Let's read about it. You want to read about it? I want to read about it. 46. The ancient Syrians had very good intentions when they worked on Earth during the genetic projects, but sometimes good intentions are not enough. Oh my God, I literally just said that. Mistakes are made and lessons are learned. Good intentions must be combined with foresight, integrity, and humility. This card asks you to look at the good intentions in your heart about an action you are making and find out how they can be strengthened through honest self-observation, realistic evaluation, and long-term vision. And most importantly, should mistakes be made, remember to forgive yourself. That's such a good reminder. Should mistakes be made? Should time be wasted? Forgive yourself. It's part of the journey. There's a lesson there. Forgive yourself. Yes, yes, yes. Hoo-ha. Another card that reflects the challenges that new species have as they begin to mature. Just like the Pleiadian and Syrian enthusiasm, desire for service, good intentions are not enough to ensure evolution. They must be tempered with long-range vision, patience, wisdom, and other traits. This refers to the good intentions of the Syrians and other species like the Pleiadians during the ancient times on Earth when they were interacting with new humans. These good intentions were admirable, but were often not enough to stop short-sighted mistakes and quick actions that could have been avoided with a little bit of wisdom and patience. Every newly mature species passes through this test, and Syrians were no different. But again, that forgiveness that comes with the stumbles, the obstacles. This one hit you hard? Applying it to life now, it could also be giving you advice to look more deeply into your good intentions for action in life, to see if there's a hidden reason for the action that may be more self-serving. It is also challenging you to look at these good intentions and see if down the road those good intentions might actually inadvertently hurt someone else. Part of becoming a self-responsible species is being able to be honest about our intentions and be hesitant to act without full awareness that the action is supported by the universe. By Jove. What's this? Courageousness! Hey! You gotta be you gotta have courage though to act on good intentions. You gotta have courageousness to recognize the beauty in emptiness. Courageousness. I think you're a very courageous human being, Balloon, and everyone in chat. Really, they got you smiling big. Hooray! Courageousness. Boop. Courageousness. Very cool. The lion. You can even see the lion in the back. It's like glomming onto the head of the. It's cute. It's like nom. It's got whiskers. That's so cute. I never even noticed that. There's like a lion on the back of this Lyran, just sort of like nomming on its head. It's very cute. Courageousness. 15. A symbol for the Lyran royal family is the lion. Lions are often equated with courage. One of the most admirable qualities of Lyrans is their immense courage in the face of adversity. The human race shares this quality as part of our Lyran heritage. There is great courage in the human heart, and this card asks you to tap into that courage, which goes as far back as your Lyran forefathers, and apply that strength in the areas of your life where you need it. If you can't tap into it, act as if you can. I love that. That always comes up every time we read this card. I love that. If you can't tap into your courageousness, act as if you can. What a workaround. In doing so, your ancient Lyran memory will reawaken to give you the strength that you need. Yes. Now we move into the present time stream, which accesses energy from a more mature era of Lyran civilization that is somewhat equal to the human evolutionary timeline on Earth now in the present day. I don't want to read too much of this commentary. It's very wordy, and it tires me. But sometimes we get good stuff out of it. Mature doesn't necessarily mean evolved. They still have their challenges. It's poignant because it is a quality that humans inherited. Courage. Courage. It is important to learn to differentiate between courage and foolhardiness. Courage doesn't mean pushing against all obstacles to create what you want. True courage is not ego-based. Definitely written that down from a previous community reading. Beautiful. More than a cowardly dog. Also a cowardly lion. Often the biggest act of courage is to let go. Who'da thunk? Who'ba stank? While this card may be emphasizing your inner strength, it could also be asking you to learn what real courage is and to live from there. It often takes courage to shift the prevailing belief systems of a person and the habitual patterns of a society. Yes, this card may... yes. Yes. Look at the... Yes. Courage. And a very hoobastank to all. What a cool trio this is. Feels very affirming. That's right, monster. You said it. I hope this is in service to you, Balloon. I trust that it is. Yeah. I'm really glad it helped with your twangled mind. My twangled mind. I'm just so sick and twisted and twangled. I love that. You can't possibly fathom the inner machinations of my twangled psyche. Twangled psychopath. Okay. This is great. Who's next? Steph? Did Goose also redeem one? Let me refresh the queue. Who do we have? We have Steph and Goose. Steppenwolf. You know, the day destroys the night. That's not Steppenwolf. We have KSBP TV and Goose. And Goose. That is so confusing. Neither of those messages need to appear. Because the next person in the queue is, in fact, Steph. There we go. Oh, I guess that's the thing. It removes them from the queue because they're the one being focused on, I guess. That's how I should do it in the future. Okay. 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 The inner workings of my mind are an enigma. I have some Patrick emotes. I made one. Where did he go? It's probably not on 7TV anymore. I made a Patrick emote a while back where he's just like lying down on a rock with his sunglasses. Welcome to me twangled mind. I can be your angle or your twangled psychopath. The next command is being used by Stream Elements at Nightbot. That's right. Okay. Let's put these back in the deck. Who's up next? KSBP TV. KSBP TV. Wow. Shooba-dooba wow. From bump. From it up bump bump. Scum scub it up bump. Boop 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 boop. It's the theme song from The Office. You guys want to play Name That Tune with theme songs right now? Making your way in the world today. That one is Frasier. And then the I'll be there for you was the OC. I am lying on the internet. I am lying. It's Pikachu. I wanna be the very best. That one is Gundam Wing. To pilot mechs is my real test. To fly them is my cause. Boom, 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 boom. Have you ever even traveled across the land searching far and wide? Is the next lyric takes Pokemon to understand, or is it it's Pokemon to understand? What is that lyric in that part of the song? I feel like it's takes Pokemon to understand, or is it it's Pokemon, es Pokemon, Evangelon, our hearts so true. Will Shinji follow through? He is scared and so are you. Evangelion! Teach Pokemon! Teach Pokemon! Teach! Thank you, Balloon. Teach! Teach Pokemon to understand. That makes so much more sense than takes. Takes? You teach me and I teach you. Everyone's teaching each other. Oh. Charmeleon, Wartortle, Mewtwo, Tentacruel, Aerodactyl, Armanite, Slowpoke. That's all, folks. That's all I remember. Cause it's 150 for all to see. To be a Pokemon master is my destiny. Electrode, blah blah blue, bleeba blue, bleeba blue. Skibadoo, flabadoo, fleebadee badoo badoo. Moving to the country, gonna teach you a lot of Pokemon. Millions of Pokemon. Pokemon for me. I hope there's a Pokemon that's just peaches. I'm sure there is by now. There's like a bajillion. It's called like Peachor. It's the Teaches of Peaches is like the main move that Peachor has. There's Pichu. Of course there's going to be Peachor. Millions of Pichus. Pichus for me. Millions of Pichus. There's a lot. That's not even all the ones that are on this website. Steph, do you have two numbers between 1 and 7? Yeah, Sparkle Sprout's filling them in. To be a Pichu man, Pichu is my PSP. 2 and 7. Going by the circle, which is what we've been doing today. Let's do this. Very good, very good, very fresh. Very cool, very fresh. 1 in the chats if you're feeling very cool, very fresh. 2 in the chat if you're feeling very warm, very stinky. 3 in the chat if you're feeling all the above, baby. Very cool, very fresh. Hey, villain sunglasses. I got a shower. Yeah. You don't need to tell me, Goose. I can smell you from all the way over here. You're feeling fresh? Revising to 3, yeah. I know. Giving it all of the above is almost inevitably going to lead to, like, that's the, everyone wants to choose all of the above. That's what we're really talking about here. Integrating polarities. Bingo, baby cakes. That's a strong one. That's a strong one. We got a couple of baby cake bingos in chat right now. You have revealed yourself to me. Card 1 of KSPP TV's reading. Reveal yourself to me now. Force of attraction. That's fucking hot. You're fucking hot. I'm attracted to you. Way to go. Good job. Orion Light Future. Force of attraction. Look at that. The polarities being integrated in a little hole in their stomach. Look at that. In their torso.
That's
yes,
fucking hot.
no,
You're
maybe.
fucking hot. I'm attracted to you. Way to go. Good job.
Way to go. Good job. It's fucking hot. Force of attraction. Orion Light Future. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. Do do do. Squaw. Yeah, Sparkle Sprout. That's a great emote for Force of Attraction. Polarity Stomach. And I'm Shinji in a mech suit. What if we held hands in the stomach hole? You're not the boss of me now. Force of attraction. Sorry if I'm screaming into the microphone. I hope that I have some sort of compressor on. And you're not so big. Yeah, there's a limiter on there. There's definitely a limiter on there. You're not the boss of me now. Tossed salads and scrambled eggs. What is this, 106? That's pretty close to the end. I apologize to everyone who has reached for the unsubscribe button now that I've screamed into your ears. The natural state of existence is balance. It takes more energy to sustain a state of imbalance than to surrender to balance. Let me say that one more time for the people in the back. The natural state of existence is balance. It takes more energy to sustain a state of imbalance than to surrender to balance. Balance is a state of integration, where all parts of self are aligned and at one. The Orion light represents this integrated state. There is a force of attraction that guides us back to this state, and it can be felt on subtle levels. We can tune into this force when we are silent and empty. This card asks you to move to your next level of growth by emptying yourself often in meditation. Learn to feel this subtle force of attraction that guides you to the state of ultimate balance within you. I wonder if imbalance is just the state of returning to balance. Ho-ho! What a concept there, Monster CC. Eventually gravity will win. I wonder if imbalance is just the state of returning to balance. Yes. Yes, my friends. Why? Hold on. This is bothering me. That was bothering me. Oh, it's still bothering me. Would you stop bothering me? There it is. Oof, still kind of looks bad. Whatever. Goose so far is the last reading. The queue's still open though. I haven't gone bonkers yet. I do eventually have to do something else today, but we've got Villain if you wanted a reading. It'll be in a little bit from now, but exclamation mark join to join. You're not the boss. Me. Force of Attraction 106. Let's skim through that commentary section. Why don't we? Do you want to do that with me, chat? Would you like take my hand, chat. Take my hand. Chat, take my hand. We're on a journey together. Look at how weird arms look. Look at that. It's all foreshortened. Look at that. Look at my elbow. Look at that. Look at that. Chat. You get stuck on songs and annoy yourself too? Who says I was annoying myself? I am the boss of me now. That's the self-empowerment anthem. I am the boss of me now, and I am so big. The last 4 cards of the deck access the energy called the Orion Light, which connects to a very evolved era in Orion history. Kiss my elbow. I really want to now. Since our natural state is as a unified being, there are universal forces that pull us toward integration and awakening no matter how much we resist. When we resist this natural flow, we sometimes create accidents or seemingly negative circumstances to force us to move in the direction we need to go for the highest good. Let me read that one more time. When we resist this natural flow, we sometimes create accidents or seemingly negative circumstances, because is there such a thing as accidents? To force us to move in the direction we need to go for the highest good. Synchronicity. But I can't, huh? I can get close enough. I can get really close. I can get close. I can get close. It's fine. Go with the flow. Ow. Villain, you had an accident? If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis, intertwangled with closeness. Yes, indeed. Wait, where are we? Force of attraction. Yeah. When we relax and trust in the flow of the universe, we are intuitively pulled toward the choices and circumstances that foster our evolution through synchronicity. Thus, we are always nurtured by creation, even when it doesn't seem that way. That's something that bears repeating. If you pulled this card, it can have several meanings. It could mean that you have a good ability to follow this flow and continue to trust it, or it may mean that you are resisting this flow, and this resistance is creating undesirable or painful circumstances in your life. If so, some serious inner work is needed to reconnect you with the wisdom of the universe that you don't feel capable of accessing, which is an illusion, because we always have accessibility to the wisdom of the universe. Miles Davis sure did go with the flow. Have you listened to the man's music? You have PTSD to prove it. You must create inner stillness in order to sense this flow of energy that gently nudges you toward integration and transformation. The chaos of outer circumstances is just a reflection of inner chaos. Don't be distracted by the outer chaos if it manifests in your life. Go within and reconnect with this flow, the natural force of attraction that always nudges you toward awakening. Have we pulled this card for you before? Let's see what this is. New consciousness, earth, present, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What a beautiful pairing this is. Yeah, it's all about going with the flow, naturally being pulled towards the balance, the new consciousness. And this is just naming it. The flower reaching toward the sun. Just letting the current take you into this new consciousness. Allowing. Surrender. You're loving this? Ghoul. Ghoul. Ghoul is cool and good. Grood. Good and great. New consciousness. I love that. The flower reaching toward the sun. 54. This is the center of the deck. This is the middle card of the deck. Most. When we are exploring our most polarized. There is a new consciousness being born on Earth right now. It has to do with the true nature of existence beyond belief, beyond thought, beyond emotion. This new consciousness is sprouting from our beings like a flower reaching toward the sun. But we often obstruct it by clinging to our distractions, such as opinion, drama, blame. We must become the flower reaching toward the sun and value it above all else if we are to transform as a species. Take a few moments every day to visualize yourself as that flower reaching toward the sun. Let the sun nourish you and give you everything that you need. Why do we pick two numbers? Just to make shuffling easier, and it also allows the recipient to have some sort of like tangible interactivity with the way that the shuffling goes. Like if I was seeing you in person, I would have you like cut the deck, or I would, it would be a lot more personalized. I just like to mix a little bit more of the intention of the person receiving the reading. And it's fun because I do 7 piles. We can talk about chakras if that's something that they're open to. Go woo. This card refers to the crucial time in which we live on Earth right now. A new consciousness is being born, but as it is doing so, the old is dying. In the prism of lyric cosmology, which we refer to a lot in the stream, it is referred to as a transition from third to fourth density. Those are different densities of consciousness. Third density being, individual animals, certain humans running around. It's just I gotta find food for myself. Maybe think about providing for my family. Maybe I'll eat my family. I don't know. I'm just trying to stay alive because I'm a little third density consciousness running around in physical reality, experiencing time in a linear momentum, and I'm afraid of others, and I have to defend what's mine, and I care a lot about my possessions, and I'm really afraid of death. And then now we're entering fourth density, where it's like, hey, Chill out. That's like the most crass way I can put this. We're entering fourth density. We're in early fourth density right now, where it's like, hey, maybe the collective has more value than we previously assumed. Hey, maybe it's nice to foster community. Hey, maybe we can love each other by loving ourselves. Hey, hey, cool cat. Hey. The whims of light and gravity, moving around, dancing, all like. That's right. Hey. Maybe we can, be a little more telepathic. Hey. Maybe we can refocus on other priorities, other energies, other dominating forces. Hey. I like this little hey we've got going on here. Hey. Again, we see this issue of polarity, this time of birth and death, because we are transitioning from third to fourth. So we are seeing the old ways die and the new ones blossom. This is natural. This card can represent this process that is happening in the external reality. If you look at world events, it is easy to feel hopeless and mistake the death of old structures as a negative sign. It is not. Hey. The energy of this card also refers to a process going on within you. Hey. A new consciousness is being born, and in order for it to come to fruition, old parts that no longer serve you are dying away. Take some time to acknowledge and thank these old parts of you that have been faithful companions and teachers, and do whatever you can to let them go. Hey, do not mistake the death of situations that no longer serve you as being a failure on your part. No. Begin to focus more on the new birth that is happening within you and on Earth. Just like what I was talking about earlier about meeting babies. Once you begin to focus on this new paradigm, you will see the signs of this new birth more readily. Hey, if this card is in your reading, look at the other cards. There may be clues about what aspects are dying and what aspects are just beginning. Force of attraction. This is comfortably, inevitably drawing us, pulling us, sometimes dragging us, nudging us, encouraging us forward towards whatever may be our path. And the path is inevitably new consciousness at this time. We are flowers reaching toward the light. Hey. Hey. Pulse of life. This is the very rhythm of the process which I describe right now. That is very exciting. A very cool card to pull. Pulse of life. Number 2, Galactic Core, parallel. Very cool. That is the rhythm, the pulse, the beat of this pull, of this draw into new consciousness. So cool. I love that this was the third card between these two. Oh, beautiful, beautiful reading for Steph here. Pulse of life. Very, very cool. I agree. Very cool. Like a great galactic clock. And every time I read this, I have to be very careful to pronounce the L. Like a great galactic clock, the galaxy's core calibrates the rhythm of the evolution of consciousness through its wave emissions. Do you feel me? Ancient civilizations such as the Maya were fully connected to it and were able to plot a galactic calendar using this wisdom, which we're all quasi-familiar with. All life, including you, can feel this pulse from the core. Look out into the night sky and connect with the dark spot on the Milky Way. Let yourself breathe in this energy, resetting you to the natural pulse of the universe. You cannot rush evolution. This is the card of trust. Let go and allow the universe to work through you, which is just exactly what the themes are in Force of Attraction. This is so cool. This is 2 away from the beginning, and this is 2 away from the end, which is also the beginning. And the beginning is also the end. These. And we have this. Oh! we have the center of the deck and we have the two extremes of the deck. This is an extremely well-rounded, all-encompassing reading. And the themes here are letting go, surrendering, allowing the journey to take you for the ride. Trusting, having faith in that journey. Oh, what a beautiful reading this is. What a gorgeous trio this is. Not since Total Recall have I seen such a great trio as this. Let's talk about balance. Holy Trinity. While creation spans an infinite number of galaxies and states of consciousness, this card represents the energy of our home galaxy. At the center of any galaxy, the core acts like a metronome, almost like a heartbeat, that guides the pace of evolution of all the consciousness in that particular galaxy. The Maya and other ancient civilizations understood this great role played by the galactic core and were able to interpret this pulse through their advanced calendar system that described the process of evolution from separation back into unity. Everyone is attuned to this metronome, but only some can feel it. In the year 2012, our solar system crossed over the galactic disk, beginning a new 13,000-year cycle of evolution. That's what is meant by the end of the world in 2012. It is not biblical cataclysm and apocalypse. It is a shift. It is the beginning of a new era. That's the end of the world. It doesn't need to be fire and brimstone. It's just like, oh, hey. Oh, would you look at that? Hey. Jimmy Stewart. Oh! What's over here? Zuzu's pedals? What do you want me to do? Lasso the galaxy for you? All right, enough of that. Enough of that, chat. Enough of that. We're now able to access a whole new energy that facilitates integration and evolution during this new cycle. Some have also called this the rising of the cosmic feminine. Hey, well, how about that? If this card has come up in your reading, then it is either acknowledging your innate connection to this galactic pulse, or it is encouraging you to begin developing it. When you do this, the cosmic plan unfolds within you. And it becomes so much easier to connect with the higher self and flow with the natural currents of your life.
Hey, you're hot, Anthony.
I guess. Thank you. You're hot and funny. Who did that? Was that Steph?
What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. It sounds like Don Knotts. Yeah, I was slipping into Don Knotts. My Jimmy Stewart is Don Knotts, basically. When you do this, the cosmic plan unfolds within you, and it becomes so much easier to connect with the higher self and flow with the natural current of your life instead of trying to manipulate events with the ego personality. Connecting with this energy brings a tremendous sense of peace and stillness and truly facilitates your journey back home. Pulse of Life, Galactic Core. What do you want me to do? Lasso the force of attraction for you? Develop a new consciousness? What are you, a flower reaching toward the sun? What is this sound? Oh, it's a motorcycle. There's a motorcycle outside. Okay. Does this serve you? It serves me. Hell, this is a great reading. This is a very cool reading. Look at this. How cool is that? All right, villain sunglasses. You were after Goose, right? Yeah, we got villain. This aligns perfectly for you right now. Awesome. I'm so happy. Very much serves you. That's awesome. That's so cool. That makes me happy. It makes me slap my thighs. It feels TOS. All right. What do you want me to do? Slap some thighs for you? Oh. Oh, geez. Oh. I'm going to just start talking like that. Doug's principle is based on Don Knotts. Really? That's funny. Whose emote is that? Oh. Knitted sweaters? That's cute. Isn't that the... God, I haven't watched Doug in 1,000 years. I haven't banged on a trash can or drummed on a streetlight in 1,000 years. All right. Next. Do I do next now? It's going to say KSPP TV. I'm going to do next one more time. What? It's not going to do the next thing? Sergeant Technology's back. Welcome back, Sergeant Technology. All right, I'll probably cap it after Sergeant Technology. Because I got to eat food. Thigh slapping. Thigh slapping. It's the stuff for me. Thigh slapping Sergeant Technology. Sergeant Technology. Thigh slapping. It's the stuff for you and me. Uh-oh. Is next no longer working? Next person in the queue is KSBB TV. Here we go. One more. Let's see if it works. Next person in the queue is Goose Von Kaiser. Come on down, Goose Von Kaiser. Beautiful. Rah! Ha sha ha roo rah! Everyone's cheering for Goose Von Kaiser. Come on down, Goose Von Kaiser. I just want to send you some love today on this day of twos. Oh! Golly. Okay. Look at my shoulders. Behold. Gentlemen! Bum bum! Behold! My name is... Okay. Goose Von Kaiser. The Mike Riser. He's not a miser. You'd like to thank Satan and Jimmy Stewart? Sheikh Zula, the Mike Rula, the old schooler. Frylock rocking on top of a cop car. Meet what you're up next with your knock knock. What a good freaking show. I was just watching an episode yesterday where there's this part where like a door or a wall like gets a big hole in it and Meatwad's in the shower and Farlock's like, "What are you doing in there?" And he's just like, "Bathing." Bathing. And then it ends with the Mooner Knights like, "Could you not hear me, or shall I turn it up for you?" I got a hole? Oh, check it. Yeah. Shake Jam. Okay. Wanting a house to bleed blood will always feel relatable. All right, Goose. Do you have two numbers between 1 and 7? Look at this Lemurian seed. What do you know? What do you have to tell us? What do you have to share through your striations? You can do a decent meat wad. Yeah, I used to be able to. Gotta pinch the throat. 2 and 7? Cool. It's a lot like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. 2 and 7. 1, 2, and 7, because we're doing the circle today. 2 and 7, sacral chakra and crown. Oh, baby, getting it on with the sacral chakra. That's creativity and sexual stuff. Getting it all juicy and hot. Oh, sweaty in the basement. Okay. Yeah, could you do the voice in the chat? Okay. Goose Von Kaiser. Are you ready, Goose? Are you paying attention? Are you looking at my shoulders? Classic misdirection. Hmm. Alone time again with this alone time. This is the theme today. Alone time, Vega present, alone time. We had this for Mademoiselle Crabaletta. Alone time, present. Alone time. Just gonna really quickly reread the thing, 25. Were you here for that? Ancient Vegans were solitary beings. They often spent large amounts of time alone in quiet contemplation as a way to remain centered so that they had enough energy to be of service to their community. In current times, most people don't create the space to have this alone time that is so very vital to their well-being. Take a look at your need for this essential quiet time alone. Give it to yourself, not only for rest or activities that recharge you, but to look deep within yourself and work on your inner challenges. This is a fundamental need of all humans. This need can no longer be ignored. What am I getting sweaty in the basement? Healing crisis and purging. Orion present. I don't know if I've ever had this card before. What an interesting illustration. That vivid blue. Healing crisis and purging. Healing crisis and purging. Interesting. 56. Well, we'll have to read to see how these relate to each other. Interesting. Whenever healing takes place, so does purging. Aha! This means that the old toxic energy has to be released. Often we interpret this release as a sign that things are getting worse. They are not! Even on Earth now, as we are purging and transforming, it looks like we are getting sicker, but we are actually releasing a lot of old toxic energy. This card asks you not to fear this purging process because it is an essential part of transformation. In fact, seek it out. Oh ho ho, hey. It is time to let go of some ancient patterns that you have carried for lifetimes. As they release, know that the purge is a good sign of healing. And that can often happen when we are focusing on alone time, taking that moment to be still. Very cool. Polarity conflicts were just beginning to heal at this stage of the Orion history. They had to go through a lot of rapid detoxification of old belief systems and ways of being. This is happening on Earth right now, but a little slower than it did on Orion. This creates a lot of chaos seen in the world around us. It's important to believe that sometimes there is a higher reason for chaos and pain. It can be a sign of profound transformation. It is likely that this aspect of you is crying out for change, or even a death of an old way of being. If you move with the flow of this energy, despite the chaos around you, and stay connected to your inner truth, you can navigate through this temporary pain and confusion and emerge on the other side into a more integrated, healthy, happy you. If this card is in your reading, it may refer to a lot of things. Pay attention to the message. Trust that chaos, pain, and purging are not always negative things, but can lead to a profound healing. Cool. I like that, with alone time. Yes, reality on Earth today can be very chaotic, filled with multiple distractions from family, home, work. These distractions can be played out through our emotions. Wow. Whereby our emotional states keep us distracted from our true internal essence. I need to close my door. Hold on. This is very interesting. Hello. Yeah. Homing beacon, Vega future. A lot of Vega today. Interesting. In the individual readings. Cool. A lot of Orion and Vega in the individual readings, and then there was a lot of Pleiadian, but there was also Orion in the group reading, the community reading. The community reading, it was just like that was all sorts of stuff. Our emotional states keep us distracted from our true internal essence. You say, well, how about that? Or they can, they can. Wait, yeah, that's actually, I think, the opposite of what I'm saying. I think it's dangerous to, well, not the opposite. It's both. Like, emotional states can keep us distracted from true internal essence, but they are also a part of that true internal essence. So if they're ignored or pushed away or repressed, that's going to push us further away from whatever we may be feeling on the inside. True internal essence. Happy Vega Day. Did I read that verbatim? Maybe I did. I didn't like absorb what I just said. Ah, yes. These distractions can also be played out through our emotions. The distractions, not necessarily being the emotions, but our emotions can sort of be the stage for distractions from family, home, and work. Like, say you're having an issue with a family member or a thing at work or something, and then they take the priority because through our emotions. Yes, that is verbatim what I said. I'm sorry, Sparkle's proud. I'm sorry. This is why I need to eat food. In Street Fighter 2, they swapped names with 3 characters because the boxer guy was M. Bison. Vega was originally the big bad guy's name. The boxer guy with the Sagat? Sagat? The guy with the eye patch? Healing Crisis and Purging, very interesting. The guy in blue. Balrog? Um. Oh, Sagat is a kickboxer. Yeah. Oh. Interesting. Healing Crisis and Purging, very interesting. Part of last weekend's romp with the Buffalo Kids in Chicago involved talking about editing some of our past friends' work on a group project he can no longer work on. Yeah. Yeah. I know that definitely. I was thinking about how that would hit. Also, like a lot of other stuff. Yeah. No, Sparkle, you're good. I was the one who took it out of context. Or, well, I set it up to be taken out of. It's all good. Homing beacon. Homing beacon. Homing beacon. I like this. Homing beacon. Hold on, I have to see what this boxer looks like. Because I know what Vega looks like. I know what M. Bison looks like. This is so not worth it right now because I know that I'm hungry and I have a headache and I'm misinterpreting like everything right now. But hold on. Is his name? No, that's from Lord of the Rings. This is why I shouldn't do this. Street Fighter 2 boxer. Balrog. Yeah, his name is Balrog. Yeah. Yeah. Why is it? Yeah. Yeah, there he is. Okay, what was I thinking? What does Sagat look like? Oh. Okay. Cool. Yeah, he has an eye patch. Okay. Okay. I have a headache. Hey, Chuck, it's great to see you. Water is good. Homing Beacon. Let's read through Homing Beacon. Bring us home. Ah, yes. In the ancient days, the Vegan mystics developed their practices as a way to always connect with the source, or home, using them as a homing beacon. Where am I? There I am. Eventually, they no longer needed spiritual technology or spiritual processes to make this connection. Like how they're described often as permission slips. Like that's a phrase that Bashar uses all the time. They felt the source within them at all times. You too have this ability deep within you. Learn to quiet the mind through breathing or meditation and then just let go. As you trust in your practice, the feeling of connectedness to this source will grow and grow until it permeates every part of your life. If you need help, ask the ancient Vegan mystics to assist you. Very cool. God, this is, every time I feel like I have a handle on any aspect of this deck, like it just completely unfurls into like a whole other level of like understanding and learning, and there's so much going on, which is really exciting because I feel like anytime I ever feel like I have a handle on something, the passion goes away. But like I'm always learning. And sometimes the commentary feels necessary to read, and sometimes it doesn't feel necessary to read. Sometimes it helps. Hell of a third card there. Yeah. Yeah. I'm assuming it's hitting. The Vegans were the species who retained their memories and connections to the source, unfragmented aspect of creation most completely. Their system of mysticism is well known throughout the Galactic family and has influenced countless civilizations, including Earth. This is because they have retained the energetic memory of the unified field of creation. This memory acts like a homing beacon, a proverbial light in the darkness that realigns them when they lose their way, like an ability to sense true north. While this trait is attributed to the Vegans because of their spiritual commitment and their self-discipline, every species has this ability to remember the essence of creation and never lose its way. It is only when beings get distracted by physical reality, which is a thing that came up a lot with alone time and so forth, healing, crisis, and purging. It is only when beings get distracted by physical reality that they believe they have gotten lost. We're never lost. We just make ourselves think we get lost. How about that? If this card is in your reading, take a look at the yeah. Find your true north. Go within, find your center. Maybe you're already tapping into this strongly. Encourage it further. Natural ability to reconnect with source, higher self, God, whatever term you wish to use to denote the intelligent force in the universe that unifies us all. Whoa. Big part of the discussion, not argument, was holding on to Steve's vision of the card game while changing details that don't serve, trusting our homing beacon while purging. Yes. Yeah. Totally. Yes. Oh, good. I have to keep moving. Does this serve you? I feel like it does. I'm going to assume that it was in service. That's good. That's good stuff. I'm going to stop asking that. I think I'm just going to move on. Unless someone's like, wait! 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 What do you want me to do? Lasso the interpretation for you? What do you want me to do? Tell you about your own life? It's your life. I can only make assumptions. Assumptions falling to the ground like Zuzu's petals. God, it is Don Knotts. I'm just doing Don Knotts. Who's next? Villain Sunglasses, are you here? Are you here? Ow. Yeah, I'm going to close it after Sergeant. Because I can't take anymore. Tarot Cowboy. Jimmy Stewart is just a different Don Knotts. I really should learn, eventually I need to learn tarot better. Practice tarot. Because I'm just using tarot as the category because there's not a cartomancy divination category. Like Kleenex. I love saying that. Pokemon Tarot to the polls. Okay, Villain Sunglasses. Step right up, baby cakes. Get a load of these shoulders. This is all for you, Damien. That's right, Chuck. Tarot works fine. It's hard. There's always this little hang up with me because it's oh, Swan does tarot on Twitch. I'm I don't really do tarot. It's it's a different deck. It's a different set of archetypes. It's a different approach. And tarot is a very specific tradition. I mean, it's just we've gotten to a place where we don't have enough words. Or cartomancy is not a popular enough word. So we describe any sort of card-based divination technique as tarot, which is fine. I think I could just let go and not care so much. But I get really intense about definitions, and because I don't like it when things are misinterpreted. That's something that I'm exploring a lot throughout my life. It's one of my big themes. It comes up in therapy a lot. I don't like it when I try so hard to make sure everyone understands each other to a fault sometimes. And so I over-explain things. I make assumptions about people's perspectives. I try really hard to get arguing people to see each other's point of view. And a lot of the time, they don't want to see each other's point of view. And it's not my place to butt in, so. But at the same time, sometimes I provide valuable insight, and sometimes I can stop wars from happening, and sometimes it's a good thing, or whatever, you know. It's all gravy, baby. It's all very gravy. Okay. Bill and Sunglasses, are you ready to pick 2 numbers between 1 and 7? They can include 1 and 7. Basically, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. 4 and 2, very cool. We're doing a circle right now. So 4 is the heart, 2 is the sacral. Sacral. Right in the bean bags. What does that even mean? I love calling any body part a bean bag. every possible body part you can think of, just calling it a bean bag. It's weird. The answer to everything is 42. We've got a Douglas Adams fan in chat. Look out. Someone's visited the restaurant at the end of the universe. So long for, and thanks for all the fish. Am I right? Don't panic. He wasn't an actor, but he was just a maintenance worker. He auditioned for the part and they gave it to him. Who? Your late grandpa got to act on stage with Don Knotts when he works at a Kansas City dinner theater? That's amazing. You've been telling everyone that Swan does tarot on Twitch? Gosh darn it. That's perfectly fine. They can just come here and find out for themselves. I needed a triple bean pass. Oh boy. From my bean to my back. Oh, you poked me right in the... Yeah, anyway. Okay. Like, holding up all 5 beans of the bean bag. Dislocated his bean bag. Poke Swan right in her bean bag. I will say cartomancy divination from now on. It's okay, you don't need to do that. Also, it's cartomancy, apparently. One would think it would be cartomancy, but... like cartography. Hey, when I dislocate my bean bag. This one. And that one. I really hope these are cards we haven't gotten yet today. I don't know why I suddenly had that wave of hope. They're probably all going to be cards that we've already gotten today. The bean bag is connected to... the bean bag's connected to the bean bag, and the bean bag's connected to the bean bag, and the bean bag's connected to the bean bag, and it just goes on forever and ever. Oh my god. Did you? I feel like I learned that in Sunday school because it always ends with like, "Oh, hear the word of the Lord" or something. Like, there's always some like religious end to the like the musical phrase. Like as they're teaching you how anatomy works. Like, oh, remember that you're following the Lord, and the bean bag's connected to the bean bag, and the missing link, of course, a bean bag. And okay, seriously, the amount of times we get missing link as the first draw for people in the individual, this is amazing. This refers to so many different things. Like, what's missing? What do you feel like is missing? Is something missing? Is anything ever truly missing? No. I know that, spoiler alert, it's kind of because it takes some time to reach that conclusion. Spoiler alert, nothing's ever missing. There's no such thing as a lack of abundance. There can only be an abundance of lack. I know that sounds like a pretty Hallmark card, but just think about it for a couple of seconds. There's no such thing as a lack of abundance. There can only be an abundance of lack, and lack is generally like a belief. And I know what that sounds like. Believe me, I'm there too. You want to Legend of Zelda? What? Well, excuse me, princess. Oh, I see. Missing link. You're missing link. I get it. This can also, I found it can refer to the Sasquatch nations if you're chill with that vibration. Not everyone has a connection there, and that's okay. I just personally love Sasquatch people. To a fetishistic point at this point. They've told me to calm down, honestly. They say, hey, you're getting kind of weird. Yeah, there you go. There it is. Villain sunglasses. I know. I love Sybil's Sasquatch content. And she knows my beliefs. She knows my experiences, etc. I used to be very, very intense about like if so. Oh shit! Someone's gonna talk about Sasquatch stuff on stream. I have to tell them everything that I know and convince them to think exactly the same way as me. No, that's never gonna help anybody with anything. Do you get too many Sasquatch related gifts now, or just enough? That's very cute. That's a very good. I love getting Sasquatch related gifts. Shelby and Steph gave me one. I got this one year for Christmas. Dirk lit everybody joy. very famous Pandarsera clip. Oh, I should make another clip compilation. Did you guys like the first clip compilation? I'll make the 2022, and then we can have 2023. Yeah, if you guys ever want to give me Sasquatch related gifts, I'm always down for it. Sometimes it gets cumbersome though. There are definitely some chapters in some of my channeled Sasquatch shamanism books that are like, your people have completely bastardized our image. You use our faces to sell soap and beer. Like there's this one chapter that just straight up says that. And it's like it's so because it's this like cranky elder personality that's coming through, and it's like, you use us to sell beef jerky. Like what the fuck? It's so like angry. I remember reading that. I was reading that in Yosemite, and I was like really connecting with it and like in a humorous way. And this pine cone fell from this great height. I was sitting next to a tree, and a pine cone slammed into the ground. It was great. Well, yeah, soap and beer and beef jerky are cool, actually. But yeah, there's yeah, it's a delicate give and take, you know. Same thing with star people. Like, eventually, there's gonna come a time when all of these horror movies, it's gonna be a little awkward. But we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about Villain Sunglasses Missing Link. This card often, sorry for scratching my eyes. Excuse me, I'm trying to like remember before I resort to the book. Good morning, Booty Slapper. Missing link also refers to that period of human history where it's like, what happened? How did we get from this to there? What's going on there? Were there genetic projects from people from beyond the stars? What's all this I hear about on this program, Ancient Aliens? I don't know. My grandson tells me it's a fun program. Missing link. It can refer to a lot of things, but archetypally, like, what's missing? What feels like it's missing? What is giving you the illusion that it's missing? Hold on. I very rarely read this card directly because it pretty much just talks about genetic projects. And a lot of people are like, I don't know what that is. Yes. Perhaps you are seeking a more direct connection with your higher self and or the wisdom of the universe, which is always really us anyway. All of that is ultimately us. Perhaps it is the ability to love and forgive yourself that feels like it's missing. After closer examination deep inside yourself, you will find that nothing is ever really missing anyway. What are you searching for? You will always find it is already within you. Yes. And the channel stuff is mostly about, yeah, We've never truly been alone. Since ancient times, our ET forefathers have been working with us, both genetically and spiritually, to nurture our development as a species. Uplifting a younger species is a natural part of galactic civilization. You pulled this card because you have a past life connection to these ancient projects between humans and ETs. As you explore this connection, you will find that the so-called missing link is not just a genetic reference, but a spiritual one. What has been missing is an understanding of who we are and our place amidst our place in a vast galactic community. Integrity. Is that what's missing? Is that what feels like it's missing? Villain sunglasses? Does it feel like integrity could be missing? Could that be the missing link there? Villain sunglasses? Is that what's going on here? An Essassani parallel. Could that be what's missing there? Villain sunglasses? Is it integrity? Let's read about integrity. We very rarely draw this card. It's high time that we did. Integrity is the trait of being fully aligned. Thought, emotion, and action. Fully aligned in thought, emotion, and action. Integrity. When we act with impeccability, honor our word, and take full responsibility for our choices and actions. The result is essential for individual and species evolution. I'm doing a silly voice. Is that integrity? I don't know. This is an experiment. The Essassani species, a cross between human and Zeta, has mastered integrity, has mastered this. Essassani is known as a highly evolved ET species that represents the potential for the evolution of humankind. Let their energy influence you in your spiritual evolution as you take the needed steps to balance your life so that thought, emotion, and action are fully aligned. That's integrity. Could that be what's missing? Could that be what the missing link is? Yeah, there's a bit of glick in there. I love Jiminy Glick. Let me just skim through this. Yes. Yes. When thoughts, actions, and emotions are not aligned, this creates discordant energies that keep a person or species constantly in conflict with the world or those around them. I feel like integrity to me can mean like an honesty with yourself. I love that. Aligning your thoughts, emotions, and your actions. All of those being in alignment. That's integrity. Like you are what you practice, what you preach, etc. That kind of thing. Martin Short is awesome. Do you walk your talk? Do you say what your heart really wants to say? Yeah, exactly. We just said that. Do you make choices and take actions in life that are aligned with your true self? This requires deep inner courage, searching, the willingness to see beyond the ego's illusions. If you're already working on these, the card may be acknowledging that. If not, maybe it's time to start. Personal integrity is a key step in evolution. It can only be cultivated through an alignment of, say it with me, chat, thought, emotion, action. Had some lunch? I am jealous. Spiritual technology, Vega present. We were just talking about these earlier. The Vegans, the mystics, the mystical Vegans, they had all of these modalities and spiritual technologies. I'm forced to contradict how I feel. Do you feel that in your life? Perhaps something to look at, perhaps something to explore. Hey. Perhaps an avenue that could be taken is spiritual technology. Pander 23. Brought to you by the number 23. Hey, Sergeant. 23. Yes, no, maybe. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Could you repeat the question? The ancient Vegan mystics became quite adept at creating spiritual technology. This refers to using tools such as crystals, wands, this is an iPhone, geometry, and so on and so forth, to enhance spiritual technology. This refers to using tools to enhance spiritual experiences or perform a function, such as cleaning the energy in a home or healing a person. Originally, these tools were meant to be an enhancement of spiritual practices. Yes, right? They're permission slips to enhance. You imbue them with the intention so that it enhances the ritual, the practice, the experience, the healing, the modality. But over time, the Vegans became dependent on them, and you see that everywhere on Earth right now. The Vegans became dependent on them. Ow, I just slapped my thighs so hard. They forgot that the power was not in the objects. This was a profound lesson for them. Examine how you use spiritual tools now. Do you depend on them more than your own inner power? Because it's really, the magic is within you. You know, you are the ocean in a drop, to quote Rumi. I suppose everyone loves quoting Rumi. You are the infinite universe. Why does it look like noodles? Good question. Does it? That's what the Vegans are drawn like, I guess. Like that spiritual technology. It's like coming out of the crown, I suppose. There's that wand. Because they're going with the flow. That's why they look like noodles. They're just like, they're so spiritual, which is chill. I resonate with that. However, what is spiritual technology? It is technology that assists spiritual development. It can range from external tools such as crystals, wands, frequency generators, healing tools, more. It can include meditation techniques that have elaborate processes or steps that seem as if they provide a shortcut to a desired goal. It can be psychedelics. But can often instead lead the practitioner along a path of distraction, which is okay. That's all inherently part of the journey. All tools are neutral and can be used in a balanced way, an addictive way, or a way that controls others. This era in the Vega civilizations was a challenging one, and it connects to the era on Earth in present day, where many are looking for spiritual shortcuts instead of doing the real deep inner work necessary for spiritual transcendence. Even this deck is a spiritual technology. And I like to think that we're doing some very loving work here. But reliance on this, say it's like, oh, I have a big life decision, I better go consult my card reader. You can consult yourself. Your card reader can affirm, your astrologist can confirm, help you affirm yourself. It's ultimately your journey, though. It's yourself. The spiritual technologies that you reach for can be tools as long as they're treated as tools and not like, oh, I need this. If I do not bring this crystal with me in my pocket to the interview, that will be my downfall. That is setting up a downfall. That is misusing the spiritual technology. You are then subverting the energy, the magic, the power, the vibration of those technologies to work against your favor. Oh no, I forgot the crystal at home. I'm going to fail the test. Sure, if you say so, and so it is, What if we could liberate ourselves from dependence on external technologies, because they're really here to just help us reconnect ourselves. Have I heard of Marcel Vogel? He's a scientist who studied crystal science along with creating random things like blacklight lamps, magnetic coating of hard drives. No, that's cool. I love crystals. I'm super into it. Because, I don't know, I can feel their sentience, and ever since I was a kid, I could hold one up to my forehead or my palm and feel something. So, and I like their different personalities and their different qualities. Good afternoon, Malt. It's good to see you. Yeah. But it's also nice to hold that reminder about external spiritual technologies. It's all coming from within. like as above, so below, and so forth. It also helps a lot whenever like someone likes to play the skeptic game of like, oh, you believe in this? You know, it's like, okay, yeah, okay, all right. Like, belief. Belief is very powerful. I like how in his teachings, to cleanse a crystal, all you have to do is breathe onto it with intention. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you could create a whole elaborate ceremony where you bring it down to the ocean and cry out to the heavens. You could do that if that resonates with you. Or you could simply hold an intention strongly and breathe onto it. And it's clean. Look at that. That's how powerful you are. You are the most powerful witch in the cave. You are Super Saiyan 3. All of it. If the ritual gives you the intention, then bingo. Exactly. We just, yeah, birds and sage. We literally just, yeah, that was like referenced just now in the definition, or in the channel description of spiritual technology. Exactly. Exactly. What a cool reading for you, Villain Sunglasses. Does this serve you? Does this serve you, Villain Sunglasses? This is very interesting. What's the missing link? Could be integrity. We could be searching to fill a void with spiritual technology when we know that it's always within us, especially charged when we align our thoughts, emotions, and actions. That's integrity right there. That alignment can remind us that nothing is missing. You know, it's almost a spiritual technology to delude ourselves into thinking that there is something missing, because then you seek it out, which is cool, which is fine, which is valid. It motivates a journey. Excuse me, I just burped. I am dripped out as Swag Goku. Was that confusing? Which part of that was confusing? I'm just trying to find more and more connections. If you already have the connections that serve you, please ignore everything that I say. Like, these are just interesting themes to explore. According to this one mystic, I've shorted out a crystal. Meaning, like, it can't ever produce energy ever again. Hold on. Wait, can you elaborate on that? If you want to. You don't need to, but I kind of want to, like, roll that around for a bit. I want to roll that around. That's funny. That's fun. It's fun to think in terms of limitation for a little bit. Like, oh no, I've shorted out a crystal, therefore I have to do something to recharge it or to make it work again or something, which is fun. That can be the plot of a movie or a story or something. But I feel like if you're really aligned with your integrity right there, you could just think about it and blow it. And then it's back. But you got to believe it. It has to come from a genuine sense of belief. The crystal was passed around a circle and it came to me back to her. She said I shorted it out. That's interesting. I would like to have words with this mystic. I would like to have tea with this mystic. Is this mystic single? This crystal was passed around a circle. It came to me back to her. And she said I shorted it. You specifically? Out of all the people in the circle? It wasn't like a combination? What's this person's relationship to you? I'm sorry. This is just bringing up more questions than answers. Ad? Come on. Really? People are in an ad right now? I thought I turned ads off. All right. Well, let's move on. Are people in an ad? Are people really in an ad right now? You're back? That's weird. I feel like I turned off ads. I tried to show you one. Well, when you first join, that makes sense, but I didn't. This is why I try to run them. This is why I have to take mandatory bathroom breaks. Whatever. I don't know. Ads are constantly being changed. Everyone feels all sorts of things about them. Oh, thank you. Hi, welcome, Plant Danny. I heard nothing I said within the first few seconds. Yeah, I don't remember when that would have been, but it just, your story is very interesting to me. It brings up a lot of questions, And it makes me think like why she singled you out of all the people in the group. What the sort of relationship you and that person have. It makes me want to playfully argue with them or like come up with like something to counter that idea. But I also want to just respect that I wasn't there and there are things that occur that I have no control over. You're still gift subbed? You've been lurking for about a half an hour. Very interesting. Villain sunglasses. Very interesting. I really like this. I like this trio a lot. We've had good trios today. I guess it's always inherently going to be a good trio because we're all intelligent, beautiful, loving, creative people who are able to see the connections between all things at all times. That's how good we are, even if we haven't eaten today. And we really need to eat today. So our last read of the day is Sergeant Technology. And here comes the sun. Here comes Sergeant Technology. Next. Are we going to be on the... God dang it. Next. Hey, Booty Slapper. Nancy Carto. Oh my god. Carto Nancy.
Nancy.
Love reading? You love reading. I love reading too. What's your favorite book? I know what you mean. So that's the intention you'd like to focus on. Love. Like romance? Romance? Love? Everything is love. Everything is inherently, fundamentally love. Let's see what the cards have in store for... I'm so hungry. Sergeant Nancy Technology. Okay. Here we go. Is everyone looking at my shoulders? Here we go. Love reading. Okay. Well, immediately I want to like start, you know, be careful with too much expectation, blah, blah, blah. But this is fun. This is fun that you have a clear intention. I want to see what'll happen. Thank you for the lurk, Steph. Enjoy your lurk. Everyone's looking at my shoulders. Hooray! I feel seen. That's right. That's right, chat. Keep those eyes on those shoulders. Or at least this one, because you can't see the other one. Need to run to the store? Oh, that's why you're on lurk. Okay, yeah. It's important. I really have to eat. I'm very hungry. Then I'm going to go work on some music with a friend, which I'm excited about. Interesting. Something was doubled or something. Those are, you got some nice shoulders. Okay, Sergeant Technology, can you please give me 2 numbers in between 1 and 7? 3 and 6. Coming back from Lurk for a sec to say I'd also love to talk new music stuff with me soon. Yeah. Three and 6. Because we're doing the circle today. All right, friends. Are you ready for some football? A Tuesday night party. Oh, interesting. I always mean it when I say interesting. It's funny because you could just say that. You could be like, interesting, but it's like, oh, that is interesting. Like everything is so inherently interesting. Like when it's like, oh, I need to pick this card, or I need to pick that card. It's like, oh shit, that is interesting. I love subverting tropes. That's really why I'm in this game. I love it so much, and it gets such a bad rap. This whole, returning to spirituality thing, I guess, that we're trying to work our way through. What's this? Love! Solar consciousness, solar system, parallel, beautiful card. This is a connection to the higher self. Do you love yourself? Do you love your higher self? Are you connected? How is your connection to your higher self? Do you believe in a higher self? You don't need to, it's not required, but know that you are an infinite divine being. Always. How connected to that concept do you feel at all times? So that's what's represented in this solar system, solar consciousness card. Right there. That's pretty cool. And in the context of love, this can mean all sorts of stuff, I feel like. Becoming like a complete person before you offer yourself as another companion, I think. That's immediately what comes to mind for me. But that's just me. Let's read about it. Our solar system archetypally represents all the aspects of human consciousness. This is visible through astrology. The sun represents our highest potential of consciousness, the higher self. This is the higher self card. You have pulled this card because either you already have a very strong connection to your higher self, or it is time now to develop that relationship. This is also a card of integration. Solar consciousness compels us to integrate our parts and become whole again. This process happens naturally as we connect with and become the higher self. The process has begun. To me, it just immediately feels like a reminder of like working on the self. Like as you progress with this relationship with this other person. It's very exciting. Balance. What a beautiful card for any sort of romantic pursuit. Balance. Arcturus, of course, is the energy of unconditional love, permeating throughout all that is. Balance is inherent. Balance. Let's read about balance. Balancing the higher self, balancing the work you do on yourself with the work that you do with others, because others also have higher selves. Sometimes our loved ones even have the same oversoul as us. How about that? How about that for, masturbation? Balance. Considering ultimately every individual spawns from the same source. When I think of her, I always see double digits. Interesting. Interesting. Like those sorts of patterns. Interesting. Heck, some people call some of those angel numbers, and Arcturus also has heavy angel energy, if you believe in that sort of thing. Balance. The Arcturus energy exists with its polarities totally balanced. Because one polarity isn't stronger than another, Its energy appears very gentle. But don't let that gentleness fool you. The power of its balanced energy can dramatically open your heart and mind when you connect with it. When you feel the need for balance, call on the Arcturus energy to guide you. You can use colors of pastel pink and pastel green to represent the energy, let it wash over your body. If you chose this card, the energy of Arcturus is calling to you. Open your heart and listen. I like that there's a lot of heart language here. 1515 means pure unconditional love. That's cool. Oh, they are angel numbers. Well, cool. How about that? I wonder what all those frequencies sound like. I was to plug them into a tone generator. That sounds nice. 1515 means pure unconditional love. Hold on. This is going to be really high pitched. Whoops. All right. That's 1515 hertz. That's pretty soothing. Guilt. Interesting. You don't like it? I don't like it. Hey, hold on.
Oh, well, I like it.
Yeah, I don't know what it sounds like through the stream or through your audio devices. Guilt. I feel guilt for playing a card, for playing a sound that might have been a little abrasive. Hurts your ears, but I'm neurospicy. It's fun to go to online tone generators and just kind of see where your comfort zones are. There's certain, and it tells you like, hey, be careful. The human ear can only hear from here to here, and don't, mess around with volume too much. Yeah. That one's pretty high. Here's a smaller one. I'm just gonna do 555. Neurospicy. Aren't we all? That's okay. Yeah, that's a little more palatable. Cool. Guilt. Guilt came up during our group reading. Guilt. You feeling any guilt? Guilt could definitely refer to something that requires balancing. These are both parallel energies, which is cool. This seems to just be something that is attached from the past. Guilt. Let's read about it. In the ancient days, well-intentioned actions by Pleiadians ended up causing a whole planet to be destroyed. Since that time, they have held a tremendous amount of grief and guilt as a species. They have healed a lot since then, but many humans still carry these patterns. Look deeply at the things in your life you feel guilty about. The wisdom you have now can create compassion in your heart. Let that compassion flood the wounded part of you. Let the love from the universe fill the part of you where the guilt still lives. Let it go. All is forgiven by the universe. Now you must forgive yourself. I love this. I love that this all has to do with love so much. It's not necessarily going to like spell out how you should treat your friendship, relationship, connection with this other person. A lot of it has to do with like healing possibly broken parts within you so that you can become that attractive love for another. Guilty, I haven't told her how I feel. Yeah. I can't tell you whether or not it's worth a shot. That comes from you. I think as long as you're not hurting anybody, we can take actions based on our passions, and we just learn the lessons. If we're perceived to be rejected, it's probably not in the cosmic sense of rejection. It's just a new lesson. And if it's reciprocated, then that's a fun journey to go on with another person, to learn all sorts of new lessons. There's so many possibilities. I think a lot of times when we think about like romance or the pursuit of romance, the like courtship, these sorts of like, they're very binary. They're very like traditional, like, oh, I'm going to build myself up. I'm going to prepare this big confession, and either it goes well or it goes bad. And that's not how humans work. That's not how love works. That's not how emotions work. It's not so binary. But we feel like it is because we want that outcome that we are looking for, that we expect, that we desire. You think it's worth a shot? Well, very cool. Yeah. We're all rooting for you, I'm sure, because we don't know the other person. Yeah. That's a very exciting thing. You just don't know what to say to her beautiful self. Well, that's a start. Yeah. This is going to sound corny, but yeah, come at it with integrity. If your thoughts, emotions, and your actions are all aligned, it's honest. That's emotional honesty. That's like not trying to impress anybody or anything. Just like, hey, you could do that. That's an approach. What Malt said. Make sure it's honest though. If you compliment her earrings and you don't really actually like her earrings, the rest of the conversation's going to fall apart pretty quickly. Yeah. It helps when you're telling the truth, I think. That's just like a little side note from Pander Sarah. Like Ben Affleck says in the movie Tender Bar, women always choose. If you like their sense of style, that will help carry. Well, we've got some real Lotharios in chat today. One in the chat if you're a Lothario. You do really like her. That's very sweet. Real squeaky from the Lothario to end all Lotharios. 39 months. Squeaky. That's a tremendously long amount of time. What's up? This isn't a crush. It has lasted longer than 3 months. Do you think that this is all going to come as a complete surprise to her, or now I'm just curious from like a gossipy soap opera perspective. You've known me for much longer than 39 months. It's so good to see you, Squeaky. Thank you for being here. We're providing a youngster with love advice, which is it's a pretty reckless thing to do. So I'm trying to be real careful. You're hopeless, villain sunglasses? I don't know about that. If you feel hopeless in the realm of romance, why not take a gander at these cards? You're probably feeling guilty about, that's the hopelessness feeling. F that S and the A. Wow, I haven't said F that S and the A since like my early 20s. I apologize to everyone for having to live through what just happened. But these parallel energies, like that's in the past. Feeling hopeless, feeling guilty, that's in the past, or that can be something attached to the past. This parallel energy is so nice. Reconnecting with the higher self, the solar consciousness. Oh my God, I'm this wonderful, divine, creative, loving being. But balance is required with that reintroduction. Can't go around just telling everyone that you're the shit, you know? I'm divine. I'm creative. Blah, blah, blee, blue. That's not going to be very attractive. Hey, Squeaky. Squeaky, you can... I closed the queue for the day because I really need to eat food. But I would do one more reading for you if you wanted. I'm probably going to be hangry, though, throughout it. I'm going to be like, well, you better just... darn it. I love that. I love saying, well, you better just darn it. Okay, hold on. She doesn't fully know you like her. You call her beautiful all the time as like small hints. That's probably not small hints. If you call her beautiful to her face all the time, that's not a small hint, I would say. And now I'm immediately suspicious of you. Is this a coworker who you're harassing, or you're going to tell her? Okay, well, don't blame me. This is literally all you. Sergeant Technology, I love you very much, but I also know that you're very young. You ready if she says she doesn't feel mutually... She lives in Italy? Wow, what a plot twist. I know that you're in jolly old London, England, not London. Bro. So that's just a hop, skip, and a jump away. We're all doxing each other. It's fine. Be ready if she says she doesn't feel mutual. You can just stop loving altogether because one person doesn't feel mutual. Yeah, exactly. Like, this isn't the end of the world. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Liverpool, cool. I just watched a movie about a man from Liverpool. 2 men from Liverpool. It was an exploration of what may or may not have happened on a holiday between John Lennon and Brian Epstein. Italy. Lario. You respect personal boundaries. That's good. Maybe you need that. Maybe you need a hangry reading. I'll give you a hangry reading. I'm just going to be late. He's still good for 2. I'm going to be late. I need to tell him that. I'm going to be late. Stream is going long. Sheesh. Let's do a rapid fire reading for Squeaky. Awesome. Well, good luck with your endeavors. I don't like to give readings for career or love because that's all up to you. You know, the guidance that can be given. I mean, I do like to give those things, I guess, because I like to subvert them in the very way that I'm about to. It's just like, it's your path, bro. It's your path. We can help with guidance and stuff, but it's like ultimately that's what the higher self card was for. It's like, it's your path. And just remember balance so that you don't slip into guilt. Like, just don't know what to specifically tell her. To be honest with her by being honest with yourself. That's the entire reading. Plant Danny. Wabang. Oh shit, it's thundering here. Of course it is. It's thundering in your very heart, which is an internal representation of your external reality. All right. Let's do a super fast hangry reading for Squeaky. I also need to shower. I'm going to be so late. This is... Okay. Whew. Well, bam. There's no time to shuffle. There's no time. No time for shuffling. It's all hangry. All the time. Oh my god, those are just plopping out. Those are just plopping out. These are just plopping. We got ploppers. Leaving home, another Essassani parallel. What the hell are you guys talking about in here? Yeah, if you have lots of casual conversations with her already, then you just take a deep breath and say, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm madly in love with you. I like a dua da cha-cha. It will be uncomfortable and make your heart beat fast, but you'll feel better. That's very sweet. Thank you for helping each other out in there. I haven't dated anyone since the Obama administration, so I'm really not in any position to tell anybody anything about anything. However, I don't know, I had some experience. I'm a relatively charming person, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. That's right, I've been on a spiritual journey for the last decade of my life. Plus, for a while, I didn't know how to handle myself when I started to openly transition. But now I do. It's a lot easier. I'm not ashamed of my body. What a fucking concept. It's been 6 years. Let's go. Yeah, this has helped a lot. Streaming has helped a lot. Therapy helped a lot. I don't know. Finding an HRT regimen that like works for me. Finding just I don't know, working on mental health. I'm Pander F and Sarah. That's right. Leaving home. Squeaky, I hope you're still here. Leaving home. 104. She's leaving home after living alone for so many years. Is that the lyric? Yes, Asani, a cross between humans and Zetas, eventually had to integrate all their lessons, evolve as a species, and leave home, which refers to walk into their own future and find their own path. I look great and I'm killing it. Thank you, Malt. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Eventually, I'll slam hams with another human being, but probably I'll have to stop calling it slamming ham. Humanity is facing this challenge now as we struggle to find ourselves. Case in point. You too are at this crucial nexus point of evolution. This is a beautiful yet bittersweet place to be. You must do your spiritual homework, make conscious and courageous choices, and find your own path. Do not fear who you truly are. This represents the potential for a new birth and the importance of consciously creating your future, starting now. Right now. Leaving Earth is going to be sad. I like Earth. You don't have to leave Earth. Who says you have to leave Earth? Think I should find someone who also calls it slamming hams. All right. Logic and reason. How about that? How about that? We had that earlier in another reading. Logic and reason. Vega present card. In the very ancient days, Vegans were very balanced in their mental and emotional bodies. But later, their practices of discipline created an imbalance of logic and reason. They learned to ignore their emotions, judging them to be inferior to the mental experience. Emotions are an essential part of the human experience and must be expressed alongside our thought processes. Look at yourself honestly. Is Squeaky even here? Oh, yeah, there she is. Okay. Like Shaun of the Dead, like, oh, nope, there they are. Hold on. Look at yourself honestly. Emotions are an essential part of the human experience and must be expressed alongside our thought processes. Look at yourself honestly. Do you lean more toward focusing on the mental body, logic and reason, or more toward expressing emotions? Both are important, but in moderation. Balance comes from honoring both equally. Ha-ha! Only then can we leave home, or whatever the fuck the connection is between these two things. I'm gonna leave that up to you, because I'm hangry. Alchemy. I've never had this many Ssani cards at once. This is really cool. I love the Ssani cards. Look at how pretty they are. That's really cool. Alchemy. We haven't had alchemy in a while. Alchemy. Really strong reading this is. Really strong reading. And I just pulled these randomly from the deck. The whole deck. I didn't even do the ceremony that I go through with everyone else. It's very cool. That's true. They do look like elves. Alchemy 102.7. Kiss FM. Jesus Christ. Okay. Reality is created through our conscious and unconscious thoughts, emotions, intents. When they are aligned through integrity, which is the previous card, that's number 101, this is 102. When they are aligned, we become the reality that we prefer. Yes, as long as we are following our excitement, which represents the natural flow of the universe. This essential Essassani teaching is a process of alchemy. Oh, the Essassani love to teach us about following our excitement. Anyone in the chat familiar with a little guy known as Bashar? For freak's sake? He's Essassani. Hold on, formula. I need to rewrite this. Whew. But it means that we must look at our self-sabotaging behaviors and confront our shadows, knowing ourselves fully. Only then can we come into full alignment with our true selves. I feel like that was touched on a lot with this balancing of logic and reason in order to leave home. Alchemy is required. This card means that it is time for you to take the step, clean up unfinished business, be free, and embrace synchronicity. It is good. It is good.
Right there, there's a teaching about interdimensionality.
Right there, there's a teaching about interdimensionality. You're very welcome. Is there anything else I want to talk about? We could talk about magic and oh, if you interesting. A likely interpretation is that there has been or will be or needs to be a shift in your life circumstances that comes in an unexpected way. Our minds can often think change is predictable and happens according to a linear model. A plus B equals C. But everything we experience is the result of an alchemical process, an energetic mix of our thoughts, belief patterns, emotions, resistances, and so on, leading back to integrity. All of these variables create a powerful energetic soup that propels our trajectory. The Essassani are experts in harnessing these alchemical processes and shifting the trajectory toward awakening. Now, it is essential to do the inner work necessary to understand the forces that affect how your reality is created. See yourself clearly, including your self-defeating habits and patterns, as a way to free yourself from limitation and delusion. Alchemy. Alchemy. Just like the... Zasia, thank you so much. Got all sorts of stuff happening. Thank you so much.
BWABWIBWU.
Bobweeboo. Well, how come she didn't say Bobweeboo? That's cute. Bobweeboo. Do I not have text to speech? Speech to text? Bobweeboo? I don't think I do. Jim Broadbent just zooming in on his face. That's funny. That's funny to me. Well, this is a really cool little reading for our good friend Real Squeaky From. How interesting. I hope that this was in service in some way. You said it was hitting. That's good enough for me. I have to eat. I have to eat food, and I have to leave. I'm very late. Okay. I love you all. Thank you for being here. What a rocky ride it was today. Maybe I'll start starting at 10 a.m. so that I can eat food beforehand. Or I'll just wake up earlier. I won't spend my nights smoking weed and looking at the moon. But I like to do that, so. Yeah. It's so good to see all of you. Thank you all for being here. Should we raid somebody? Shall we raid somebody? Smoking weed is so fun and so cool. Trekkie. Anchovies on. Anchovies on. Nova Spell is on. All sorts of people are on right now. All sorts of people are streaming on Twitch. All sorts of people are on right now. Oh shit. Is Vince interviewing Max? That's fun. Let's raid them. I hope it doesn't make like a big deal. Because okay, listen. If anyone's lurking and has ever seen me like resub in somebody's channel and it was like 2 months and it was embarrassing because I accidentally made the whole moment about me, I'm sorry. I'm narcissistic. And for good reason. Like, please pay attention to me. Okay, cartoon therapy. He's a good man. I'm so sorry that I gave you $5 and for a split second it was embarrassing. Wow, there's 20 people in here. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone who resubscribed. We had so many resubscriptions today. Let me see if we had a lot of follows. Doing Online resubscribed. Thank you so much. 14 months. Booty Slapper resubscribed for 23 months. Thank you so much. Squeaky, 39 months. That's nuts. Thank you so much. Zaja, 33 months. Thank you so much. That's nuts. God. Thank you all for being here. I'll see you on Thursday.